Hello future tech leaders, I am Sindhuja. Based on my own experience, I know that learning the right skills can shape our future. What if I say learning was as thrilled as the tech world itself? There we go. A cloud foundation, that's exactly what you will experience. From day one, you will be immersed in the interactive sessions and expert-led courses that covers most of the widely used technologies in the zone of data science to cloud computing, which brings more light to the life of a techie. I'm so excited to help you and unlock the true potential of a technology. Well, then why to wait? Let's see what it unfolds.
Like visible. Like if you see, these are the exam topics. Like we'll classify the Pega rules into different categories. We will say something as like case management, some topics as like reporting, some topics as like data and integrations, and some DevOps, security, user experience kind of thing. Under each topic, like we'll have like certain kinds of Pega rules and certain kinds of implementation. If you take case management, out of 100%, 33% will be part of case management topics. A case management is like very important topic and like which will be used almost in all the applications, not only Bank of America. Like if you take any other client, like whoever they're using Pega, JP Morgan like Amazon, they are completely using Pega. Like if you see, like they completely have their use cases, everything it will be done using the Pega. Like our topics also will be considering like 33% in case management and like other. Next is like 23% in data and integration. Data and integration means you might be having high level idea, such as if you want to from Pega, if you want to get data from an external system, you need to have some kind of an API and intermediary integrations connectors. Those things and all we will be covering as part of data and integration. And like next is like security, like and DevOps, basically like in Pega, what kind of security it's involved and like how you can configure the security policies and like what will be the managers, access group, work groups. Everything we will discuss. And next is like mobile development. Like once you complete your development in normal with the scenario, if you want to use it and like you want to develop something in mobile application, those things we will do. And like we will do completely like user interface changes, such as since you are new, mostly like since you are new to on Pega, mostly they will assign you an UI change project, like a kind of changes only, such as they will ask you to add some kind of n fields and they will ask you to source from an table. This kind of things they will ask you to do. Those things like we have in separate topics which consist of 12%. On the next is like reporting and mobility. This is what like CSA like syllabus consists of. It will be 5th is App Studio, 5% is Dev Studio. Like you might be hearing like different studios like in Pega, like Pega PRP, like in PRPC, we have three things. One is App Studio, one is Dev Studio, third one is like Admin Studio, and one is Prediction. Prediction those things and all is part of decisioning. You won't use it in normal Pega PRPC. Like in Pega itself, like we have two different domains. One is like a decisioning of CDS, we will say Customer Decisioning Hub. And another thing is like PRPC to Pega Rules Process Commander. Like the decisioning and marketing data scientists, those completely will come under Customer Decisioning Hub. We will be using Prediction Studio as a primary studio for development. Whereas for CSA, CSA, LSA, completely we will be using Pega Dev Studio, App Studio only. Like our topic, like a CS, like it will be completely in App Studio, 50% and 50% it would be in Dev Studio. Mostly we move to Develop Studio because actual work is on Develop Studio. That's it. Then you don't need App Studio topics or App Studio developments, right? Because I just saw my team members are working on Develop Studio. In real time, absolutely. We will not use that much. It will be for a primary, for front and UI changes developers, and then for business people only they will use. But this CSA topics is consist of 50% is app and 50% as per syllabus and as per the certification as well. We can move towards theory pass to cover that absolutely. Actually, it's the theory exam. See, I'm in the mirror. It's like MCQ to multiple choice question. Multiple choice question. We can cover up the theory, part of App Studio, and mostly we can move towards to the Develop Studio. It could be easy. Lots of topics. Then we will do one thing. 1 week we will complete App Studio, complete topics, and in next 2 to 3 weeks, we will jump into Development Studio. There we will see all the kind of rules, whatever available, and how we can configure and how we can develop. How you can, based upon requirement, how you can do everything. We can see that way. Just like if you see in an App Studio, there will be some user stories, backlogs, kind of fun scenario as well. Those things and all you need might not need, since you are going to work as a developer. Those topics and all, I will just skip it in high level. I will just say as theory, for example, purpose it. You can prepare in that way. Actually, I am showing you my screen. This is, I think, CSA certification. I had completed this. I think I completed 30% of posts. Actually, that is mostly related to App Studio. I think it's completely this exercise. We can move towards this exercise as well. Oh day, you can go. Actually, I want that practical knowledge more. We can cover up theory after I get any guidance, any kind of need I required. But we can mostly do for the practical. I was just not taught because I need to work on real time. That's then an App Studio, just I will jump into a real time scenarios, practical things. And then we have certain types of configuration. We will say that as different categories of different sequence of steps, how your application need to behave. Those things will all it doesn't, the particular stages, process and steps. Example what will be the first step in order to book, order some place and order for a mobile means. You need to search for the mobile, you need to log in first and then you need to search for the particular mobile, whatever you wanted to buy. Whenever you do that, you need to have some kind of an inventory. In that inventory, only you will know this particular brand, mobile iPhone 14 Pro, is it available like that. Each things we will be having categorized in case life cycle. That is called as a stages, process and steps. Under stage, we'll have processes. Under processes, we'll have steps. Stage is you can have multiple processes under one stage, but stage will be only one stage for an case life cycle. Case life cycle means stage by stage, only a case life cycle will be going. A case type, means case type. Case life cycle means complete end-to-end process from starting logging into booking, you're placing an order till that process will call us in case life cycle. In that between we'll have multiple stages. First stage is you will place an order, your such foreign product. Second stage, you will play like a place and product. Third stage, you will make and payment. And fourth stage, like your order will be delivered. Like if you see here, like we divided our this case life cycle into 4 parts. Each part like will be consisting of certain processes. Like when a first stage, if you take it as a logging image, like you need to provide some kind of an information such as like first name, last name, like what is the email, ID, everything. Those particular configuration is called as like process. Under each process, like you will be having like steps involved in it. Like that steps will be having like what is the exact screen example. You need to get an information like all the information from the customer, whatever they're inputting. You need to get in and screen. And then like after that you need to go to another screen. Where you will be getting all that is the other details, like whatever details he wanted to fill like, we need to get it. These things is called as like stages, processes and steps. Like in Pega case, life cycle. Primarily, we will be developing. We will be continuing like what to say. We will be developing and we will be designing our applications using this particular model. Just like I will do one case type creations. If you see here whenever in normally, since you already work on any like a developer projects, means you need not to create any case types newly. Automatically it will be created. You need to make an updates only. In case you are working in like a scratch project, which is the starting from base means, then like you can develop all the case types, all the data, everything has sent you. Just you can click on new and then you can mention the case type name and like you can able to see like what will be the particular class and what are the different kinds of an application, rule sets, everything. Means actually in App Studio we have already these types. Correct. That are ready. Right. That is ready. Like if you want to add it new, just like if you can click on the new button, you can enter the case type name and here you can mention like what is the reuse. Like if you want to reuse from any other existing case types or you wanted to create any kind of a new things like you can create it from the new tab here. But basically this case type creation will be taken care by lead system architects. They won't allow junior developers or senior developers to work on this particular case type because it involves all the particular organization level layers and like what are the particular framework they're using. Everything it will be involved. Like every people cannot work on this particular case type, setup, configurations, everything. Once case type is created inside, they can work, but main case type creation involves like the framework and the multiple reusing layer, everything we need to check on and we need to work on correctly. In order to do that, like only like lead system architect will make an high level design about of it and they will create an case type and then they will hand over it to developers. Like why we are going like compared to traditional technology. In traditional technology, we have mainly like a Java, like we have Python, like C, C++, like that. We have many things. Like what it happens in Java technologies. Like we need some kind of an front-end people, front-end developers and back-end developers. Front-end developers, primarily they deal with the UI changes. Various back-end they will deal with like back-end integration operations and the how the database need to be connected to your application and how you can retrieve the data from database. Those things and all they will be working on it. There will be multiple teams for each particular task in traditional technology, traditional tools, but various in Pega. Completely as a single Pega developer, he can work on complete end-to-end process like from direct logging into direct, like deploying, complete. All the process can be done using the Pega tool only. Need separate Pega front-end team, Pega back-end team, those kinds of fun people when compared to normal traditional technologies. In that particular way, there are clients. They are reducing the number of resources and then they are feeling like and single people can do like a multiple works and multiple tasks within less number of time. In order to have that kind of an advantage, like we are every client's maximum, they're preferring Pega. Like enterprise applications, completely like they are. You are shifting to Pega only the enterprise application. If you take Bank of America, it's basically enterprise claim. So, enterprise claim technology. That is basically banking. Like whatever new functionality, new development, it comes into Bank of America, it will be completely related to banking sector, banking domain only. If you see they're like completely end-to-end process, what are the banking activities involved? In banking, we have like a different departments, like we have like insurance, underwriting, and we have like some credit card mortgage, like different kinds of things we are having. Complete all this enterprise. We will say this is an enterprise application because like Pega use some kind of a framework. They will say that as a banking framework which can be used, reused across multiple applications in your application. Like you need not to have like same kind of development. Same, you need not to develop everything newly. Once you start your development, Pega provides you certain framework which will completely have a package of for banking related domains. What you can do is you can enhance that particular framework and you can rename or you can reuse according to your wish, to your basically your business requirement. Because of this advantage, they will prefer Pega since multiple people, work can be done easily and efficiently with less number of resource and building ways also. They can pay 3 people they are working with. 1 people can work on this particular project. In that way, they are planning. They are going into Pega. That is the what Pega is, and development wise. We have in 2 different things like App Studio and Dev Studio. Now it is latest version is 8.7. You are maximum good progressive clients. They are using 8.8 version. The client which has many big projects and who are developed in old version, they are still in 7 version, 7.7.4, 7.2, like that. What your application in your project, Pega 8, I think, because compared to Pega 7 and Pega 8, there will be drastic few changes in complete design. Wise development is everything. We have new kind of rules introduced in 8 and all, which we don't have in 7. Those kinds of things and all newly introduced in 8. Basically, they are implementing the releases every time, every 6 months, 3 months, once that they are upgrading new changes. Now, in recent upcoming change, they are planning to integrate a completely artificial intelligence which will be similar to chat GPT. In that way, it will provide more kind of an business requirements can be achieved easily. With a less number of resources, with a less number of knowledgeable people. Like that is why, like many clients, they are preferring Pega over other traditional technologies. Like coming into case type. Like a case type, I told you like it's completely end-to-end process. Like if you take an e-shopping application, like when whatever you are placing order from starting to end, whatever it involves, it will be completely late. It will be called as in case type. You will be having like a step scenario for that particular thing. Now the service request case type is just like a, just we can click on new and the just service request case type. If you create means you will be launched into this particular screen. Here, if you see like we have like steps, like we have like this is called as in stages. Like what stage is like, I told you right. Like placing an order, like a buying a phone from Amazon. It involves like 4 stages logging in. Like a player searching for a product, placing an order and then delivering. Like making payment, delivery, like this much stages involved. In the same way, like based upon your requirement, business requirement, how much of our stages it's need, how much of our process it's need. Everything you can audit and you can configure it here. Like this is the development perspective for case types. Like actually you can develop in Pega into is one thing you can develop using flow. Another thing you can develop using case types. Like if you want to develop in case type, this is the process. You need to just create a particular case that automatically it will be created. After that, you can configure the necessary stages, process, steps, everything. Like second one. Second one is to will be complete in Dev Studio. It will be like completely in flow manner. If you see here in a Dev Studio, like you can completely develop using and flow. Like flow means it be completely in using certain shapes. Such as you will be having some circle shape, like green color, red color. Green means start, red means in. And you will be having assignment and decision shape, diamond kind of shapes. Those things and all you will be having. Using that you can develop it in the particular flow types, like flow rules. You can develop your business case. If you see under Dev Studio records, like you have this much kind of records available. Under here, like you have like one thing is like process. If you expand that, you will be having an flow. In that flow, like you will be seeing, like you can develop your flow like based upon your business requirement. That it will follow like first flow, like it will consist. You play creating and logging into the account. Second flow, it will involve like it will be create. You need to have some searching the product. Third flow, it will involve like a placing an order for the flow. It will be delivering an order. Just like we'll see, like this flows everything. We will see in detail. You'll understand in better way. This is since first session. Like I'm just explaining you why, what has the different approach, models everything. This thing central, we will cover it like, at that time you'll understand in better way. Like this, and all you will be using for development completely. Like this is very, very important thing to know. Like just I will go through one scenario and I will explain you like what will be the stages, what will be the process steps, everything. Let's imagine like there is a particular city, for let's take Hyderabad. Like what they want to do is like the Hyderabad government, like they wanted to that particular city commission like the city mayor. They wanted to increase the customer engagement with the government in order to issue like resolve the issues which is raised by the citizens of the Hyderabad. Like in order to do that, like what we need is like we need some kind of an service coordinator, like where like whatever the compliance customer is submitting, the service coordinator want to pick up that particular complaint and they need to resolve it. In order to begin this process, like what we can do is like the mayor and the service coordinator, they are outlining some kind of fun activities like case type. What will be the first step or how the customer can log into the application and how they can raise and compliant and like how they can submit and how they can resolve that compliance. These much things like is the complete flow. Now like what we'll do is like we'll try to develop a scenario where we will have two people. One is like a mayor. Another thing is service coordinator. Like another thing is third person is like customer. Customer will log into the application and he will raise the complaint. And like once the complaint is raised, like sorry, it will go to service coordinator. He will work on whether it is a road issue or traffic signal or some kind of an electricity issues like that. And he will identify and he will assign to the appropriate team. That appropriate team will come to that locality. They will work it and they will close the ticket. For that, how we can develop is like using case life cycle complete. You can develop in that particular way. Those things only we are going to see now. If you see here like this is like whenever you are creating new case type, it will be launched to the screen only. This is no completely empty. You only need to design aspect our requirement. Like what we can do is like here if you see like this particular case life cycle, we have like steps, personas, data releases, everything. Like if you expand this one, like we'll be having certain kinds of and personas, data channels, everything. Here like what we can do is like we can clear the personas as of now and we can clear the data. And then we can just have remove all the things. Like what we are going to do is like we are going to remove like a do step by step that we will understand like what will be the stages next seconds, what will be the second stage name and what will the process, everything. Now like what I'm going to do is like basically what we are going to develop is like we are going to develop some applications which will be helpful for the customer citizens of the Hyderabad city. Whatever they are facing issues in the Hyderabad such as like with water leakage or some lights are not working properly, everything like they can raise and complain in that portal. Once they raise and complain, immediately the mayor of Hyderabad and they will take that issue and service coordinator will be there in order to track your issue and they will be assigned to the right team and they will be closing that ticket. That is what our development is going to be. Now, like what we are going to do is like now we are going to add an stage here and here. Like what we will do is like we will add an stage like where we can review it. First stage is like creating. Like a first stage, the customer will create an issue. Like what issue they are facing, such as they are facing issue with a road blockage, water leakage or whatever things they are facing. They will raise it in first stage. Second stage, once the complaint is being raised, it will come to service coordinator. Like they will review the complaint whatever raised by the customer because some customers simply they will raise and complain which is unwanted. Without reviewing it, we cannot move to the appropriate team. In order to review that, like we are having separate stages like review. Whenever I add an stage and right hand side, if you can see like what next it should be happen. whether it should go to next stage automatically, or whether it need to wait for some user action, or whether it need to resolve. Some cases it involve only 2 stages. That time you can resolve the case. Some cases it will go to 4 to 5 stages. Then you can make a coding or you can make wait for user action or automatically move to next stage like that. In our case, after reviewing only we will be adding some other stage. For that particular purpose, what we are going to do is we will just select us automatically, move to next stage. What it will happen is once the customer raises and compliance service coordinator reviews it automatically. Once is reviewed and everything is approved, it will go to the next stage. In order to that particular configuration, we will use this particular stage, how that particular stage need to behave. We will configure here. Suppose this is your last stage means. After creating instead of review, if I keep order is closed like that, if I'm keeping on stage means that's it. After that there is no operation. We can just have it as resolve the case here. We can select that option as it is all the case. Wait for user. Wait for user action is until user makes some kind of an action. Whether he makes example when it going to on some particular team until they make some kind of an actions. Till that, it won't go to the next stage. Well, we need to take any action. You manually use the need to take. Automatically means user need not to take any action automatically when it comes to this particular seconds is automatically. It will go to the third stage. Now what we are going to do is we are going to add another stage. Here in this stage, we are going to have the resolution stage. Final stage it's going to be this is our final stage. After this, we don't go in. We don't have any other stages. We will just resolve the case. That's it. We are going to complete that particular incident, a ticket, whatever the customer raised. For that, what I'm just doing, I'm just clicking on resolve the case. That what it will do is if again any other complaint is there means customer need to raise a new complaint. He cannot continue in the same complaint. Now, what we did, now we develop 3 stages. First stage, customer will raise and complain. Second stage is service coordinator will review. Third stage, will provide resolution to that particular issue, whatever customer is raising. This is what case life cycle, which it consists 3 stages, everything. Now, what we are going to do is now we are going to add each stage, what and all performance, what and all the things you need to do. Everything we are going to add it here. If you see this first stage, automatically Pega created for us. Just to be clicked on new service request, it got created. What we are going to do is we'll delete this particular thing and we'll add it everything new. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add the particular here, what we are going to do is we are going to add some kind of a particular step where it will be involving what are the part how that screens wanted to be for the user. If you see, here we are getting green color line and red color line here. Green color means starting, red color means ending. If you are taking any stage as resolve the case means automatically it will be considered as last stage and it will be indicated with the green line. sorry red line. That it means like your process is completed. Again, like if you want to create any key, new things means again, you need to start from starting. It will be coming from starting. Now here, what we are going to do is like we are going to add in first stages. Like what we need is like we need to report a problem. We need to identify the location. Like what are the problem customer they want. They can report it and they can identify. We need to identify the location where the customer raised the complaint and we need to identify the particular submitter. And then like we need to go to the next review screen. For that, like what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to add some kind of step here. First step, like what we'll perform is like we'll report a problem. Customer will log into your application and he will report a problem. And then like after reporting a problem, like what we will do is like we will identify the location. After identifying location, like requesting updates. Requesting updates means once that issue is resolved, how the customer can be contacted back. Whether in email, like we can contact him and we can say like your issue has been completed, or whether in mobile, my SMS, we can contact. Those kind of things and we'll have certain UI things and all in this particular step. Like now, if you see here, like we have 3 steps. First step will be like report a problem, identify location and request updates. Here each step, you need to have some kind of front end changes, UI changes. Report a problem. You need to have some fields where you can have certain kind of fun UI changes such as like first name, last name. And what is the problem? Everything and identify location. You can have like some GPS location that maps. You can have it that customer wherever they are residing. That maps we will locate here. And third one, like we lost, like once after this issue resolved, how we can contact back to you, whether in email or mobile, like that. That one we will handle in this particular step. We have not developed anything yet. Just like we are there doing high level design. One thing that we are giving name to this. It could be anything name that we want. It's purely based upon your record business, your requirement on any name you can give it. It's not like a unit to have same name and based upon your requirement, you can give any name. Like in our scenario, like what will be the first stage? In that way, I'm giving the name. I'm sorry. You understood, right? I understood. Just this is naming only. We have not designed any kind of front-end UI changes and all. Just like we are designing the layout skeleton. Only we are designing. Once after skeleton is completed, then only we will open this particular report of problem. And in this report problem, we will add like first name, last name, everything. Those things and all UI changes, we will add it. Just like in order to have skeleton changes. We will be doing this one. The same like we want to add, we need to add the location as well. Here, like in this identify locations, like what I will do is like I will add one field for maps. And then like in map, I will include like some GPS location. Automatically whenever you will be whenever you run this case. Like for the end user will see that maps available there. You are creating one kind of system. We need to have all the details. Those are the UI changes like front end user changes. Those things and all we didn't do it. After completing the skeleton, we'll do that. Like here, like a second review step. Like what we are going to do is like we are going to have a certain information, like where we will collect an information. You can explain me that all this thing like collecting information. I will explain it. Like now just I am giving us like a schedule repair. Like if you when you click on step, like you will be having like collect information, approve or reject multi-step form by default, and you have like more option. Like what is collecting permission is like, suppose you want the any kind of an information where the user will be entering. Suppose like you need to have some kind of an form that user will be entering, like all the information such as first name, last name, address, email ID, phone number. Those things and all will be coming under collecting, collect information. Like if you want to develop in that way, if you want any kind of an information which needs to be displayed to the user that he can fill it. In that kind of things, if you want means, you can do it in the collect information. Like approve or reject me, suppose like that request is going to your manager for approval. He can approve or reject that particular request. Like if you want any scenario like approve or rejecting means, you can go for approval, reject. Multi-step form means like you will have like a linking kind of things. Like example, there is some personal details, professional details, educational details like that, and all everything you wanted to show in the same screen. Like what you'll have? You will have in this particular way like there is and dot, right? Like you will be having like first screen. There you will be having second screen. Like you will be having like second screen. You will be having like personal qualification, third screen, educational qualification. Like multiple screens, you need to have it in single screen. Single UI means. Then you can go for multi-step form. There is only differences in collect information. But it's like we are different screens in multi-steps. In the single screen, you can navigate into different screens. O various and collect information. Complete enter screen will have like only one section, only one screen it will be having. Take that multi-step like we have used here. This report problem, this first step, like we've given us a multi-step here. If we see here like multi-step, only like we given here, template will be like this one. Is it being given? Is it already given? It's already given. Defaulted created. It is in this template only, just like what we'll do is like I will change it into like vertical navigation. Like what I will do is like I will keep in vertical navigation. Vertical means like right side it will come. Screen, second screen, third screen, right there. In the first stage alone, like we'll show this three information, three report problem, identify, location, request, update. As this particular three things. In second stage and all, like just will collect any information. Single screen only will do. Like after collecting, scheduling and repair, like what we'll do is like here, like we'll do is like we'll just make some kind of a label change, such as like review submission. Like just like what we are doing is like just we are naming that label and like that's it in this. Then we'll go to last, like last stage, like we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. First stage, like a customer is reporting a problem and they are identifying the location and we lost that email. ID everything for updating them. What would be the updating for their complaint? Second stage, like a service coordinator will work on and he will schedule and repair. Suppose they raised for an electrical complaint, means electrical team. He will assign some water team, means like a water team. They will hear us in like those kinds of things and all will be done. Third stage after scheduling, like it will be like if we need to go, we need to assign some performance need to be happened. Like what we'll do is like we'll have some lab like perform repair. Like here, like what we'll do is like resolve issue. Like after performing the repair, what it need to be done. Like manager need to approve it or reject it. Whether that issue is really fixed or not. What will be there? What is the issue with? What is the issue happens? Everything they need to do. Like what we are going to do is like we will add like approve or reject as unfilled. That once the repair has been performed, the manager will review and he will approve or reject it. If he is satisfied with that repair means he will approve, else he will reject it. If you see here like when I add approve or reject, immediately like there is another tab got added. For example, like if I delete means automatically like this will be need to be deleted. Because like we don't need this particular stages alternate stage at all. Suppose like when we are having approve or reject, if you see here there is no alternative. Whenever we click on approval, reject like an alternate stage will be added. For approval and reject there is an alternate stage. It's not a state. Like what is alternate stages, like in approval or rejecting, there will be two scenarios. One is approval and another thing is rejection. Approval means fine. It is positive. You can the case. If it is rejecting means like then again you should not close that complaint, right? You should not close the ticket. You need to make some kind of updates there. In order to handle those kinds of changes, like you will be having like or you will use like alternate stage for negative scenarios. If suppose your manager is not happy with the repair which you perform and he is rejecting the request, means like it will go to alternate stage. From here you can configure like again where this need to go. Here like what we can do is like we can add and step where it need to jump to review again. Here you can add like you can jump the particular things. You can make like where you can jump like that. You can make it. Again, what it will happen is like if he rejects it, it will go to alternate stage. Again, we will add like jump condition and here it will go back to review screen. Like we'll make like jump to review screen like that. Again, it will go to second screen. Like a service coordinator again, he will schedule and repair to the particular team. Again, the second stage and third stage will happen. How can we do that practically? We will do everything we'll do in practical. Now like what here like just like what I will do is like here I will keep some kind of a label like review repair. Then after reviewing repair, suppose we accepted like manager is happy with the repair, like whatever they performed and like he's approving the request like that. He's successful with the repair and he's approving the request. After that, what need to happen? We need to send an email to the customer such saying that your request has been successfully completed. Please give us some feedback like that. We can ask something. For that, Like what I'm going to do is like I'm going to add some kind of an email configuration step. If you see here, apart from these three, like you have a more option. In that more option, like you have process user action automations. User actions means like something user need to perform. Those kinds of an options and all will be available under this criteria, such as if you want to change end stage, if you want to make some goal and deadline, those kinds of fun details, and all you can make it here. That thing is like automations. Automation means automatically without any manual intervention. What need to be happened? What need to happen? After your manager approves your repair, we need to send them email to them. For that, like what I'm going to do is like I'm going to add some kind of an automations which is available. And from this automations, like what I'm going to do is like I'm going to select as email. Send email is there. Like what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to click on this one and like here I'm going to select it. What it will do is like once that issue is resolved, like when it is approved, we'll send an email to the customer. Here, we'll get that email address right. In the first stage, the customer will fill the email address where that updates he need to receive. That email address will send it to him. It's approved. Then, if the manager approve, he will send. If not approved, then it will go to the alternative. Correct. Again, it will go to review things. Those things and all, we will design it. This is only high-level skeleton. Just like how our flow should be that end-to-end process. That is only like we are doing. We didn't do any code changes, nothing. Just like we are doing skeleton only. Like how your end-to-end process will look like. That's it. Basically approve and reject step. We need to do it. The last stage. Last stage means like your switch stage. You are saying like whatever the stage of our life cycle. If it is rejected means then you can. What you can do is like you can make some changes and you can make to jump to this. Mostly we use that at the end of cycle. Correct. Now if you see here like we designed this. If we will come to your like you were asking like rejection. Like what we'll do is like when it comes to rejection stage, then why I'm doing some kind of an user action. In this user action, like what I'm doing is like I'm clicking on change stage. Then like I will click on select. Now in this change stage, like what I will be doing is like I will change to whatever stage like we need, like we can configure here in the right hand side options. One more thing. Road to explain that for the second option. Road to use like we have 4 options. The current user specific user work. You use business logic. Current user means. In our use case, first stage will be performed by customers. Customer will raise a problem. Second screen. Second stage will be worked by service coordinator. They will find an appropriate team. They will schedule and repair. Third stage will be worked on by 2 different people. One is like that perform team. Like example, if it is electricity related issue means electric team will perform here and the manager service coordinator again. He will approve or reject here. Like 3 people are involved in here. Like if you are giving current user means like who were currently working is example. Like in the third stage, like any people currently working means current user. Whoever wanted to make some changes, they can make it here. Current user. Specific user means only manage. See if you see review repair there. No, people like the perform team only. They cannot review and approve. Only manager service coordinator can review and approve. Right. For them, like we'll give like specific user. On review repair, we go there and choose specific user. Because like the electrical team, they are making the repair right. They cannot review and they cannot approve it. Because it will need to go to manager only for approve service coordinator only. For that, like we have service coordinator, we need a specific user. Like we'll give you as a specific user here. We are not giving it to any specific current user. We are not getting to your current user. Current user means like in first step, current user will be this perform repair team. They will be only current user right in next step. Like we need not to give to the current user. As we select specific user for review repair. If you select, we need to select them. See if he's in review. Repair like we select specific user here. In perform repair like we selected like a current user. That like a review. Repair, if it comes, means only specific user. We need to mention the username that they only can approve or reject. Not everyone can approve or reject. And third one is work queue. And then like a work queue and business logic is nothing. But work queues like, suppose your manager is on leave. Like what he can do is like your immediate reporting manager above him can approve it. Like that you have like 2 to 3 managers list like where you can approve. Anyone managers can approve. In that case, like you can go for work queue. We need to give you what to do. That's like A in the work queue, managers work queue. You will have like 3 to 4 managers. Whoever they can, they will approve it. And business logic is like mixed up. Like 2 or more things. Example, if you want some specific user along with some business, like a different kinds of extra, other users also can work for can performance. That time you can go for business logic. Even managers can approve or like even some service coordinators. They are 2 or different people. They also can approve means. Then you can go for business logic. In that way, like you can design this particular way, like a particular things, and then you can save it your applications. Like if you are doing, that means like automatically what will be happening is like, just like I will save it and I will save and run. Now we didn't do any kind of an UI changes. It's just like we have designed our skeleton only. What will be the first stage, second stage, third stage, how it should look like? If you see here, like we saw right, like in the same screen, like we have 3 different things. First here, we didn't have any kind of an user form. Like tomorrow, we will develop that user from here and all. Now like just if you see, this is a high level skeleton. If you see, here there is 3 stages, create, stage, review and resolution. In create, like we have like 3 screens here. First is like report a problem. If I go to next, it will go to identify location. And then like if I click next, it will go to request updates. Here and here only will have like below fields user screens under. For request updates, what on the field will be displayed will displayed here. And like our identified location will display some maps here and all. Those things and all like UI changes. We need to do it. Those things tomorrow I will implement, and I will show you those things. Now, after completing is now, we went to review stage. In the review stage, what I'm doing is I'm just going to next thing. It will be a going to resolution stage. Third stage. Third stage. It went to resolution stage. Now it is in perform repair. Like some team will be performed on this, and like they will be submitting it. After that, like if you see it will be going to approval stage. If you see here approve or reject, you are getting. Manager will approve or reject. If he is approving means, then automatically you will be getting result completed. And if you see here the cases result completed, that you will be getting that appropriate mail everything. That's where you can check it. Just I created another case. I am advanced to next identify location request updates. I am going to schedule repair, and I'm going to advance, and I'm going to next perform repair. They are doing, and I'm going to get approval. Here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to reject it. If you see here, I went into change stage. It is asking 3 stage review, resolution, approval or rejection. If I go to review stage and if I click concept, it means automatically what it will happen. It went into second stage. Again, if you see here second stage, it is in schedule. Event. It's optional adding. You can add it here. Yes, you can design in case lifecycle only. Just only interview stage. If you want to go means you can just make that review stage name, that you can do it. In the service request, case type, only in alternate or approval stage. What you can do is in this review repair, if you clip kicking means here, you have flow. If you see here, if approved, what should happen? If I rejected, what should happen? If approved means I'm going to use. If rejected means I'm going to go to the change and stage. In the change and stage, I'm going to mention review stage. It's a that we given to fix one. Fix, we can give it here. If approved means then I'm going to continue. It will be resolving. If rejected means then I'm changing the stage and I'm going to review stage. Then the state that came to the forward, that time that will be not coming there. Correct. Now, if we run this, what it will happen is automatically, when we reject, it will go back to review screen automatically. Now, this, I will do I just will. Now we came to resolution stage. First 2 stages are completed. Now I'm advancing it and now will reject it. Now, if you see here again, it went to review screen which is scheduling repair. This is how development will happen in Pega. This is a high level skeleton changes. Only I did it today. Tomorrow, we'll see each and every UI, how we can develop for this particular step, and how you can send an email in real time, how you can send an email, other things, and all we will see tomorrow. One more thing. No. Is it a task for me? Nothing. Just you go through it today, whatever I said, do that, you will understand in more of better way. Whatever we created, Just like all this is under there in challenges only, but you by instructions you might be doing previously. You might not be understanding. Now like we did it in this particular way, right? You will be understanding. I will create whatever we created. Now like what we are going to do is like we are. Yesterday we created a few kind of one case type. In that case type, we have made some logics that like we have designed like high level skeleton. Like we created 3 stages. First stage is for creating an issue and second stage is for reviewing and third stage is for resolution. In first stage, like we kept a particular 3 steps. Like one is like the customer who is going to report an issue. What is the issue? Those kind of details will have there, and like next thing, like we will have like identify location and identify submitter and then like request updates. Second stage like a schedule repair, and third is like perform review and send repair confirmation. This thing is completely understood, right? Yesterday, whatever we did. Now like what below if you see here. This one like will be applicable for App Studio alone, who will be working on each thing. Example, like personas and channels means who is the person and which channel they are going to work on. Example, if you take this scenario or use cases, like we have 3 stages. First stage is like only customer will be working. Customer means citizens of that Hyderabad. Like what we will say, them is like residents. Like only residents can work on this particular stage. And where they can work is like they can work on both web portal and user mobile application. Only like we have included 2 things here. Second stage will be worked on by service coordinator alone. Like we made like service coordinator as the personas, and like third stage like it will be worked by like different people like perform team. One people will be working and then like review man the team will be working. Here if you see like we have added managers and service coordinators. Here what it means like the respective stage who will be working. IS like the persons who involved in this scenes in the particular scene who are involved that one. Like channels means like which channel they are going to work on. Example, like they are going to open laptop and they are going to create some using some website URL they are going to use, or like they will use any kind of mobile application for it. Those things, and I like will be making this particular thing. Now like what we did, this like just to be created our use case and then we mentioned the particular steps, everything. Now like what we are going to do is like we are going to add some data here. Whenever the report problem comes, like immediately like they need to have like first name, last name, address, everything that like the customer can fill. That particular fields, everything. Here, like what we are going to do is like we are going to add some kind of a data model. Data model is nothing but like it is. Data model is like it is an like framework like which is used to create a field for all the EPGA changes. I have one question. I have for resolution, we use manager. Then after we use service coordinator here. This quality is for which you like this belong to, which one service content will bring to reviewing repair. Management belonging to perform repair. Actually, there are 2 processes happening at resolution. That's why you are using. Like 2 process, 2 people are working. Only like we have 2 people, 2 personas here. If we get one step from create as well in resolution, we can use. We can use it. we can move forward. Like data, like now, what we are going to do is like we are going to create a data modeling. Like this data model is important topic in PDA. Like wherever you go, like data modeling, like only they will be considering for your application. Like immediately, like they gave you requirements. You are working in Bank of America in any one projects, you are working, and immediately if you get some kind of an UI request, like some kind of an UI changes kind of things and all means, immediately like fields and all you need to create it. Example, they are asking to create one form. In that form, like you need to have 5 data. You need to have a first name, last name, email address and mobile number. These 4 details you need to have. Like what you need to do is like you need to create a property first name and you need to create a property last name and mobile number and email. That like then you can use it in that form that like whenever the case is being executed, the end user can see the form and they can fill the first name, last name, everything. For that, like what it's needed is like you need to have some kind of a data object that like you can have multiple number of fields in that particular data object. Now, like what we are going to do is like we are going to have like create some kind of a data object. Like if you see this is App Studio, like in right and left hand side, you have like data option below case type. Like we are going to click on this particular data. We are given that LP1 like LP2, Pelipon. Those things what it means like minimal lovable product 1, minimal lovable product 2. In real time, like in business terminology, like whenever, like in agile methodology, if you are working like, suppose you are working in agile methodology, means like you will be like your requirements. Your development will be divided into sprints. Like they will be having 2-week sprint, 3-week sprint, like that. In the 3 weeks, they will give you a particular requirement and they will ask you to develop and complete it. Like after another, the next 3, they will be giving you another requirement. Like what we'll do is like first sprint requirement, like we are designing for web portal. Second sprint requirement, we are designing in mobile application. That like what we'll do, we are defining MLP means first like our complete application development will first go to web portal. Like second release, only it will to user portal like mobile portal. In order to differentiate only like we have like NLP1 and MLP2. MLP1 and LP2 is like a minimal lovable product 1 and 2. Actually there are lots of options like low, high, medium. You can open that web portal. Configure that. The complexity is medium low. Complexity is nothing but like how much difficult this particular implementation it is. It is very highly requirement or like very like medium or like low or like you are going to use any over to be. What is mean by over to be like out of the box? Like oh sorry, out of the box. Out of the box. OT means out of the box. What is out of the box means whenever the Pega license any client they are getting. Pega license means Pega provides certain rules and certain that these designs and certain life cycles everything. Those and all will be called as an OTB or out of the box. We thought we are implementing manually like Pega will provide for us. How many portal are you here? Sorry. How many portal we have like web portal user mobile is? I didn't get portal channel here below. No, right side. Only like create new. We can create as required. as required. You can create it. If you add, channel means like if you see there is a left hand panel called channel. In this channels, if you are clicking means like you will be. Pega will be providing this and all OTB channels only. Like Pega will be providing few channels called as an portal. They'll be embedded mobile digital messaging, email, Alexa. Like all these are like a Pega provided channels. Like this is called as like O2B. OTB means out of the box. Pega provided this much thing. Apart from this, if you need anything like chatbots and all, you might be seen right. Like immediately, like where whatever question you ask, it will be replying. Those kinds of things and all if you want to do means you can create newly. Like if you see this Alexander integration like with Amazon, you can integrate with Pega. Like whatever you are doing, like Amazon will be, Alexa will be converting it and will be doing these things and all like Pega provided thing. Apart from that, if you need any other extra channel means, then you can create newly. Actually, we have this for web portal Pega Messenger API mobile. Right. In this one, we are using this to in our use case. Like we have a separate topic where we will develop a mobile software, mobile application. Like whatever we are developing, you can just download it from your mobile only. Those things and unlike it will be like a some 6th or 7th session we will be conducting. Now we are designing this case type, right? Like we have not completed fully. Once we completed all the screens, everything, this application you will be integrating in your mobile. Like from your mobile, like in screen sharing, I will do right from your mobile. If you scan that barcode that app will be downloaded in your mobile. You can change the naming and how that screen color should be out that app icon. Whatever we need, we can customize it. Those things and then we will see. Now, like here for your question. Like channels, like in which channel, like we want our application to develop and which release we want it to develop. Like MLP, one like MLP. What is full form of MLP is like minimal lovable product. Like a minimum. Lovable product is like once you develop this particular use case and if you are showing in the portal means that is one lovable product. Like after implementing that you are doing the same thing in mobile means that is one lovable product. Like will define like a minimal lovable product. 1. To differentiate that months of development. Example. MLP1 is developed by March. Like MLP2 means it would be developed by April. That's why we are 1, 2, 3, 4 like a. We will have 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. And future also will have. Like complexity is nothing, but it will be basically what kind of requirement it is, how much time the development team needs in order to develop the particular feature. Like in order to make sure like we appropriate resources being assigned, appropriate resources are available like that. We need to make sure. Compared to web portal, like user portal has more work means then like a new user portal, like what we need to use that. It will be giving complexity as like a high. That like a more number of people will be involved in this particular development. I understand. It takes more time. More time? That in that way, like you can define the complexity. I understand. Now, like a data modeling, we can go. Like a data just to be selected on data. If you see here, like we have data model and like we have integration mapping. This integration mapping will come later. Now, like what we need is like, we need some kind of data here. some kind of fields and properties here. Example, like yesterday, what we did is like just to be added to the step stages, and we mentioned the name alone. This is just a name report. A problem is just a name. Like inside this report problem screen, like in when I ran yesterday, nothing was there. Like there is no like right. Those fields and all like where we need to develop. We need to develop in this particular data modeling. We need to include in the data modeling and those data modeling. We need to refer here. Like here, like what we'll do is like here there is a person. Like where we can click on new and we can create whatever data objects we need. And then like we can open that and we can save that records everything. If you see here like already there is an person draft. Just to like this is a drafting thing. We have not saved it. Just I'm going to click on that. Like when I click on this person, a data object automatically. If you see here like there is only one case, step automatically this cases. It has been attached to this case type. Let's repeat one more time. Like a data object. Why we will go for data object is like yesterday, like we just created high level skeleton. We didn't pull up any kind of UI changes. In order to include UI, we need to have data modeling. Data modeling, only it will help you to create properties. And then you can include that in the case step. For that like, what we can do is like we can click on new and we can add that object name and then we can create it. Like here, already it is created. Whenever you open any data object, it will ask like for which case item you wanted this data object. Like you are now. Since we have only one case type, it is showing here only one. If there is more than one, it will be showing one or two like that. Based upon your data model, for which case type you are creating, you can select that one. But one thing is like a stages create. But really is MLP one is showing. One is a first release, right? If it is not a web portal or mobile, it is only given to MLP1 as MLP1 refers to the portal. Like default is take as a web portal. Default, it will take as a portal. Suppose if you are giving LLP1, it's like a mobile portal. I mean by default, it's like mobile. Now like what we are going to do is like we will click on this, create data model. And we are going to include like all the fields, like what are the fields we need, everything we are going to include. Just, it is like a person like which is the name. Like why we are doing person means. In the particular case type, what is the first stage? First stage is like create stage. Create stage, who will be working. The resident citizen of that either, but will be working. They will know a reason I incident raise and indicate what is the issues they are facing. Their details only. We are going to collect first. Like what they need to fill in the user pump. Those things only we need. We are going to collect first. For that, like we named this as a person. It can be anything residency design like, as per your choice. Just like we are going to click on next. Define stores it as now we are doing now. Right. Now like if you see here it is asking system. Suppose like if you want to have all the details about who are the customers logging in and what is the issues they are raising, every details you want to store inside program is, then you can make the Pegasus system. Suppose you want to store to external database means you can click on create new and you can use like external database. Like if this in database table means like you can use that database table named it. Like create new one is like where we need to connect the database. If you see here, like whenever you click on create new, you will be having some options like a REST API or like what data like that. Like the REST API, and like when we will use this, like when we wanted to integrate some data from an external system. Like enter you are like any database URL. Correct. Any point endpoint URL, we can do it here. That like whatever data is available there, it will be retrieving and it will be showing here. Database like Oracle database. It's not Oracle database. It's like an Oracle database means like you need to give it in different way. This is like external system. External system is suppose like you have make my trip. In make my trip like where you are booking some hotels. Like when we book some hotels, like immediately, like we need to provide like what are the food available in that particular nearby area. That what you need to be. You will integrate Zomato into it like a Zomato into make my trip. Those things and all how it can be done is like by using this API, REST API. That you will just get that Zomato URL and you will include here. Same way in Pega, you are doing some changes. And if you want to integrate from some red bus or something, you can get that detail and you can store it here. It will access other applications and then it will retrieve the data from there and it will be useful in our application. Mostly it will be higher open like. It will be mostly like higher level of end process. This is like a most complex requirement. And like normally this in point, you are under multiple teams need to work on it. Because they need to provide the details. The example, if you are integrating Zomato means they need to provide the details. Like what is the endpoint URL of it? What is that data? They are having everything they need to provide to us. Right. These are like completely complex things. Like after getting the things, just like we need to do the configuration. That's it. Pega main advantage of Pega is that only. You need not to write any complex code. Whatever complex requirement is that it's not. You need to work a complex like you need to work in more difficult way. It's not like that. Just you need to get the data and you need to configure. Like configuration is the main thing in Pega. We're going to understand configuration. Configuration points alone. This REST tape topic and all in CSA we will be covering. This is complex may intermediary topics. This step, for example, will cover in this particular CSA. In CSA, like we'll do it. We'll talk about in high level. As of now, like what we are going to do is like we are going to have it as an Pega. That like all the data, whatever we are going to use in our case, type it, will be stored in Pega database. Pega itself maintains separate database. Like internally, like whatever data you are using here in the case type, it will be stored in the Pega database. Are we clicking that? Create data model in the spreadsheet. No, like we won't click. If you're clicking means like if you have some Excel sheet, if you want to upload some data from Excel sheet, means you can use this one. Like what was it? One line, one more. Like a great data model using spreadsheet means. Like example, first name, last name, and you have like 100 data, 100 user fields. Like all the 100 fields, like if you wanted to import from some kind of a sheet means, then you can click on this and then Instead of manually creating first name, last name, etc. Like if you have one sheet there, you have like 100 fields like first name, last name, mobile number, parent name, father's name, mother's name, like everything. If you have means, you can just import that one here. Then no. To create data models. No need to create automate. You need to create data model, but automatically that data, it will be populated. Now, if you click on submit, here means we need to manually create the first name, last name, everything. Now like what we are going to do is like we click on submit. And now like what we are going to do is like we will add few fields. Like one of the free time we can do the same thing with like create data modeling spreadsheet. Like we can do. In Dev Studio, I will show you that. Now like what happened is like the data model has been created. Now like initially it was like no data model is right. Now if you see like data model tab is created and everything is created. Now here like you have like add field, primary fields, everything. Here we are going to create a new field. Just like what I'm going to do is like I'm going to click on this add field and here I'm going to enter what field I need. First stage, what field I need. Second stage is what field I need. Everything I'm going to do is design here. If you see here first screen like completely resident of Hyderabad, they will be working. Like we need to get their details. Who is raising the complaint? That like we need to send some kind of a message or like we need to contact them for future purpose, everything. For that, like what we are doing is like we wanted and use a screen where we will get his name. Like I'm mentioning like first name. Like the type would be like say a text only. Every time the name will be in text only, just to be a click. And then we will use like submit and add another. Similarly, like what we will do is like we will create like last name. That is also text. Then we'll go to address. Next is like address. Address will be like more than one line. We will have some address that are mixed up differently. Like here, like what we'll do is like we'll select and type has address. Like address itself, we haven't typed. We just will click on address. I guess we don't select paragraph that like nothing. Because already we have like address right. Like just you can select this address. Pega provides all these things. That is only advantage. Like paragraph means you need to type some more than one line, two line. Like that means you can do. But for address format, like it will have an address type. Like if you are doing this all automatically, all the validation Pega will take care. Suppose the user enters like 1, 2, 3, 4 as an address means. Like it won't accept normally. Actually we create. Like if you want that other than this pickup list. Like a radio button drop down like that. You're saying. No, actually that we have lots of option here. But if we want other than that, is it? No. Other than that, no data available. Right. Like only whatever requirement is there, like all the option available here. Now, if you want currency, money, or you are developing some application for some payment related screens. Currency, what kind of currency you need? Date and time, date decimal boolean, all the things. All the thing is, You need not to customize anything. Just all the things it has. Just you need to use it. Only drag and drop and use it. Here in address, like what we are going to do is like we are going to select on address, and then like we are going to click on submit and add another, and like we'll get his collector customer phone number. Like phone number also you. If you are giving text a single line or paragraph means it won't validate. Example, a phone number means only 10-digit number. And it should not consist any kind of an alphabet or underscore or some kind of special characters. All these validations and all if you take a normal Java coding and all if you are doing means you need to handle validation separately. But here, like we have like separate phone as itself, separate type. If you see here, phone has a separate type. Like automatically all the validation, Pega will take care just to you. Will use the correct option. That's it. Like now, like what we'll do is like now, if you are submitting means automatically all the 4 fields will be displayed here. Like a first name, last name, address, phone, everything. Now like what we'll do is like we'll just save it. Now we completed getting customer details. Like what is first name? What if the customer is logging into our application for raising some complaint? Like we got his details, like what is the first name, last name, address, phone, everything. Now like what we are going to do is like for what issue he called us. Like whether it is like electricity or plumbing. What issue we call this? For that one, we need to get some data. For that, what we'll do is like we'll click on this request, type a data object, and here same way like we are going to do it, create data model, and like we'll click on next and we'll submit it. Same thing what we did for a person, a customer details, same thing we are doing here. Here, like what we are going to enter is like we are going to add a new field. Here like up, what is the request type means for what issue? Customers raising complaint. Like a government need to provide only certain issue, resolve once they will provide. Example, if the road is not proper or like electricity is not proper. Like very essential things only they will provide and service, but normal customers, they won't utilize properly. They will play with the government app. What they will do is like they will say like some paper is there in the middle of the road. No one is taking like that. They will raise some false complaint. Those things and all like the government need not to be responsible or need not to be like someone can need not to be working on that. For what we will do is like we'll provide only certain set of services. User can select from what are the services available. That service only, they can raise the complaint. For that one, like we will not give option to the user to enter their problem. We will define some particular problem like 5 to 6 problem. In that problem, whatever they are facing is there, means they can raise and complain. One question is like how this data model is connected to case types. What is the case type? And that one like I will reference there. Like when I'm case type, I will show the reference. I will link this to there. Now we're just reading this. Separately, we are creating. For what we need just separately, we're clicking it. Like case type, I will link and I will show you. Now like what here in the field, type like what I'm entering is like type of the issue I'm entering. Like here, I will click on submit, and then next is like a description and department. What is the description of the issue? Like description will be like more than one line. You can describe in 100 words something. Like we are doing is like we will keep it as an paragraph. Like in paragraph. Also it is asking like it is like blind text or like a rich text like that. Plain text means like you will be having only lines. That it's text means you will be having like as a smileys those things and all you will be having. Like just I usually can submit and add another. And like last thing I will add as department. Which department is responsible for that issue? That whenever the customer is selecting the particular type, automatically we will populate. What is that department is responsible? Everything will populate. Like department we gave and now like we have 3 data. Now we'll click on save. Now here like what we are going to add is like we wanted to add some kind of an issues, right? Like we only need to add like we are not allowing customers to type what issue they are facing. Whatever issue, government providing that issue. Only if they face anything, they can raise them ticket. Like they can raise and complain. Like if you see there is a records tab here. Here only like we are going to add some kind of another data. Here like what I'm going to do is like I'm going to add and record. And I'm going to add some kind of a type of issue. First is like park maintenance. We can add some records, but actually we can add these records at end. That was actually the 7 run. Sorry, I didn't get you. Can you please? When we save and run process, we can add this record at the end also. Because we created data model. That this is field only, right? Data will be different. Field will be different. Under type, there will be multiple types of issues. Like in the, what is mean by data model is like just a field only. Like if you take person also, we just given first name, last name like that and all. Like there will be multiple persons. Not only one customer, there will be thousands of customer. Thousands of customer means in the records we need to add like what is the customer first name, the customer 1 first name, customer 1 last name, customer 2 first name, customer 1 last name, like that. We need to have the records. Records is like a real-time data like data model, is like fields like heading that particular. We have to have a, actually I'm telling that we can add this records at the end also. At the end, we can do the same process. Like yesterday, we did do the same thing after, but we don't have that time data model there. We are not able to add the records. Right. Just like as a for sample purpose we have, we'll add some 2 to 3 here. Not completely sample purpose only. Sample purpose. Sample purpose. Like we will add like park maintenance. And then like we'll describe as like or actually like type. We give it to like pickup list. We can easily select which one is type. Right. just like I'm doing some hot product value, and here I'm doing like some public source is responsible for this one. Now like I will save it. Only customers can raise on these issues. Like if they want like more issues, they can government can resolve is like more issues. We can do it. Just like I'm saving this one. Now like what we'll do is like we'll go to back to the previous page. One second. Hold here. That we created a person request and request type. Correct. Like a data object, how we created the data object. Data object. Are you like new? Actually, I found that request type is already there. Are we creating? See like a person and request type where draft already was there. Just to be. Like if you want to create new limit, just like you can add like some data name you can give it. And like you can add it here. By default, we get a person request. By default, Pega provider, but in real time you won't get these things, and you every time you need to create new. Now like what we will do is like just we created the particular data and everything. Now like what we are going to do is like now we are going to add this to that case type. Now like we captured a few screens. Now what we are going to do is like we are going to add this to that particular case type. Like what we'll do is like we'll go back to the case type. Here we created personal request type. Two things we created. Like if you go to data here and we need more other fields also, right? Like we have multiple stages and we have each steps. Like we have different things, right? We have like we need to have like multiple details, like multiple data. If you see here, like here we have all the data. Under request data object like already Pega created, since like we need not to create everything manually. They created address, cleanup time description, due date, full name and repair notes, all the things like whatever needed. Like location. Now we create a first name, last name, right? Similar to that they create a else. We only need to create manually everything. If you want extra, then you can use it. Like if you want to create any field extra, you can add it. Like if you want to use any of the fields, then you can use it in real time. We only need to create everything since for time consuming purpose, like we are just using the created properties. But actually what is the difference between like request and request types? Request type will be like only for type description issue. Like only like what to say, like we only providing the input. Only the government, whatever issue they are handling. From that, only the user can select it various if you take request and person. Like we don't have any kind of records and all. If you see here, like we don't have any kind of records. What it means like user manually need to enter all this information. Like first name, last name and all we won't capture like because like we don't know the who is the customer. Customer only can need to fill that one first name, last name of his details, but various in request type. We only providing what kind of issue. We are providing the resolvents. That only like we have added in as a request type. Understood, right? Now like what we'll do is like there is an data like a bar, like we have request type. Sorry request. Here like we have like all the things like address. This thing details everything. Apart from that, like what we need to make sure is like customer will raise some issue. Like that issue we need to know the complexity, whether it is like a high issue or low issue or medium. If there is some high issue means we need to take in high priority. For that, like what I'm doing is like I'm going to add and field, and here I'm going to keep and field name as an issue severity. And issue severity like what? What kind of severity will be there normally? Like high, low, medium? Like only 3 things. What we'll do is like we'll give it as in some drop down for them. Just like what we'll use like from the list of type. We will do this as like pick list. From pick list, like if you see here drop down and radio buttons are there. Whatever we want, we can select that one. And like here, like what we'll do is like we'll add a choice here. Like what and all need to be displayed in drop down. We need to have it such as low. Display as the types of drop down and on that. Like what and all you need to display in the drop down. Medium. And then height. How to display as drop down. One more is like one is another is like a radio button. Radio button. You're like one button. There are round button with the options. Like what it will be. What do you want? Like radio button you want or drop down? No, actually take search box. No radio button. Radio button. Search box. Search box means like you need to enter L automatically, low will come. You need to enter M automatically, medium will come auto. Complete search box. But actually like search box, at least you need to know. It's low, medium or high. You are not getting the option. Correct. They don't know like in search box. They will not know. The idea button will be easier for them. Like what we'll do is like we'll click on submit. Like we add address and these things and all we add it. And then now like what we need to add is like we created the particular 3 options with the particular radio button, medium, high, everything. Now like we'll try to use it in our case type. Another thing like what we need to add is like example like in the 3rd stage. Like we have like we need to calculate some timing within which time that issue will be resolved. Like we will make sure like within that particular time that particular issue will be resolved. To total how much time it will be calculated. Everything we need to do it. For this like what we are going to do is like we are going to add and fill with the calculated logics. Calculated logics means like if you see here, whenever some complaints has been raised, like there will be some repair time and say there will be setup time or repair time and there will be cleanup time. 3 things is there. All these 3 things combined only total time for the complete issue, that issue resolvance. Like what we need to do is like we need to create and separate field total time and we need to add all this time like a cleanup, repair and setup time. That automatically it will show to the customer like this much time will taking in order to resolve your issue like that. They will be getting notified. We need to make calculation. We need to make my right now calculation. For that calculation, nothing, just same thing. how we are creating field that only. Just you click on add field. And here like what you do is like you enter the field name as like total time. And in the type like what we are going to do is like time. Time will be like what is the format of time. It will be some integer kind of things. Like what we'll do is like we'll give it as an. We'll give it as an integer, which is number format. Now, if you see, here there is an option at once. Like what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to expand this at once. And here like you have an option. Checkbox like this is a calculated field. Like what we are going to do is like we are going to click on this checkbox. And like here we need to write our calculation logic. What logic we need to use is like we can use like sum of average minimum. Whatever we need, we can use. For our scenario, what we are going to use is like we will use this expression. And what we are going to is like we are going to add three things. First is like setup time. If you see here like setup time dot setup time. After like what we are going to do is like we are going to click on plus and then like one another property. Another is like repair time. Then another, we need to go ahead. Like what is the last thing is like cleanup time. Cleanup time. Like combine of all this expression, like addition of this, all these things. Final value should be stored in this total time. We can try also by like one decision. We can take one example decision table. Decision table means you need to create a separate decision table. We have Dev Studio topic decision table and this. Like we have separately decision table and decision tree topic. They're complex in Arizona. We'll check in these things. This is simpler expression. Simpler things like we will use any, like we can use any kind of fun simpler. Otherwise, like just like what we'll do is like submit. Save it. It has been saved. Now what we are going to do is like we will go back to case type and we are going to click on this particular service request case type. Now here we are going to add the field. Like in data model, we created almost all the fields like a first name, last name, address, everything we have created. Now like we are going to link whatever we created there, the data model, we are going to link here. Like here, like what I'm going to do is like first step is like report a problem. I'm going to select this report a problem. And in right hand side, I got an option for configuring and view. Here, like I'm going to select this configure view button. If you see here, you just ignore all these things. This is just a template. Like just if you scroll till below, here you have an add field. Like what you are going to do is like you are going to click on add. And like if you click on fields means automatically like whatever fields available, everything it will be coming here. Whatever we created in data objects, everything will come here. Just if I click on fields means if you see all the things, it will be coming here. Actually, we got some more. I don't know. Add, and this is another Pega created thing. Pega will create few things for you. Suppose what is the operator name? What is the create date time? What is the case? I did these things and I'll pick up a little clear. Like what we want is like we want the service. That was like we created data model which is related to service case type. Like a service request case type. Like what we are going to do is like we are going to click on the particular. If you see here, like I will scroll to below. And you see here, here there should be some case type like which we are using. I will just search it. Is it not summon? I will cancel it and I will refresh it and I will save it that it will be reflecting. Under the service request, we get that person. For the service request case type only, we created this data model. Automatically, like when in the add field, when you click on service request, like you will be getting all that. Whatever data you created, everything will be getting. Now like what we will do is like I will just select and see here. Over there. We can use the three region of national intentions and I will just click on that from there. You did see. It's funny. The two. How about when you enter the budget of the budget? Within the budget and of in your business. It's not coming here. Like what we'll do is like we will launch the instance. Have the correct instances for each of the things. You can download an external software as well. They like whatever you are storing and you are saving, it will be stored permanently. Whenever you need, you can do it. But cloud instances, if I do something means like after half an hour, like it will be erasing completely. We need to make sure like all the things working in that particular way. We need to save every time. We need to save every time. This is the cloud instance. Because of that only. Here we will see our changes are there or not. Today is like just we will be linking that particular things only. Like just like I will navigate it fastly. That like you will do it. Just like that got removed. Like basically what we are going to do is that we are going to add issue severity. Like what we did is like we used pick list. And here like we used radio button and like just like we added some choice. like we just leaflet. What are you doing? Which contribute within glass bar chamber that we do. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Till now, like what we did yesterday, we discussed about the case type creation completely. And today we created about data modeling completely. Linking like tomorrow, like we will see, like how we link the data model to case DP. Like yesterday, like what we did, this like request, like data objects. We have added a field called issue severity with a pick list as a thing, and then issue low, high, medium, like that we have selected. And then total time, like what we did is like we created the particular calculated field total time, which will be using like calculated field, like which will be mixed up, adding three values: setup time, repair time, and cleanup time. Now, like what we are going to do is like now, like we will go back to our case type and we will try to refer that in the UI and we will see like how it works. I'm just going to click on this service request thing. Like a first step where we are going to configure field. Like what I'm going to do is like I will select the first stage, first step, and I will click on configure view. there is an issue with this particular instance. Like, what I will do is like I will reset it. Since this is cloud instance, like based upon that instance which we launched and the time, everything like there will be a session open in the cloud. Like based upon that only like we will be practicing it. Because of that there will be an issue sometimes like we are open. Like in real time, like we will be using our dedicated like external thing. Like which is specific to client. There sometimes server will be down, but you can able to see all those things. Like what I need to do is like I need to reset on other chairs. Like we'll see a topic called like service level agreement. SLA. You might be hear about the service level agreement in high level by naming terminology. What does it mean? Like for every process, like we need to give some particular time. Based upon the particular time, it will be like you need to make some kind of an prioritization, or if you need to make some kind of an updation. Those things are done. You need to do. Like what is the exact thing is like SLA, like service level agreement in Pega. We have like three things. One is goal, deadline, and like we have like past deadline. Like what is mean by goal is like example, like we are developing some application which is like banking thing. Whenever customer raises and compliant like a privileged customer, you need to give like within 2 hours. You need to resolve their complaint. If you missed it, that particular goal means then like what you need to do is like you need to define that deadline. Within 4 hours. Within 4 hours by under any circumstance like your customer, compliance has to be resolved. Like past deadline is like it will be carried forward. Like if we are missing the deadline, it will be carrying forward. Let's take the recent customer one. Like we need to solve his issue within 2 hours. And like a deadline, like we should solve within 4 hours, and like past deadline, we will need to calculate like every 1 hour. Like how we will calculate is like example a customer 1 is raising complaint at 9 am. Like a goal like we is like 2 hours, like 2 hours means like 11 am. That complaint should be completed. Suppose the bank representative could not be able to complete the particular timing means, then we will be incrementing like 4 hours is the deadline. 4 hours deadline means like from 9 to 4. How much is there? 11 tot 1. Within 1 p.m. the deadline should be done. It is like must be completed. Like initially like we have agency as select in. Like what we'll do is like whenever the goal is achieved, we will increase the agency to 20. Whenever the deadline has been achieved, we will add and increase the agency to 40. After this 1 p.m. also, the customer complaint has not been resolved. Means then like what we'll do is like. Actually, can you repeat that 20 and 40 are like? Like urgency is like whenever the timeline is like a timeline is not met, we need to intimate like you reached a goal. You completed destination deadline. Like you need to take high priority of this complaint like that you need to consider. For that one, like what we'll do is like we'll keep some urgency. Initial urgency will keep us 10 by default. Like based upon the goal is achieved means then we will make the agency to increase to 20. If it's just like percentage, then that kind of person. Like 10 is like 0. Like we have urgency like 0 to 100. 0 is like lowest and it is like more topmost. Like if you are having urgency, as 100 means it is most top priority complaint. Most top priority to get you, which they need to consider first. I'm assuming it is pre-existing. Basically, like if it is like 0 means less priority, 100 means like most priority. Initial by default, like whenever the case is starting, like we'll keep it as 10. Like based upon the goal and deadline, whenever it is achieving, will increase to 20, 40 like that. You understood, right? Goal and deadline. Like a goal and deadline will be calculated from the starting time. Like a customer raises the complaint on 9 am. From 9, only goal will be calculated. 2 hours is the goal, means 1 am. Is the goal, and like 4 hours is that deadline, means from 9 to 4 hours, it is 1 pm. This is only like positive deadline comes into play. What is positive? Then it's like after deadline also, you are that issue is not being fixed. Like what we will do is that every 1 hour, like you will be making some deadline, like every 1 hour. What you will do is like you'll make some positive. Example, deadline has been crossed. Like what you need to do is that you need to calculate positive lane from the deadline completion, not from the starting time. Whereas for goal and deadline, you will be calculated from the starting of the complaint. Various positive will be calculated from that endpoint of deadline. In our scenario, like 1 pm is the deadline in. Like what we'll do is that from 1 pm, every 1 hour, we need to calculate the positive, like in our density will be increased by 15. And then like at 3 pm, we will increase to 60. To like after 7 pm. Also like this ticket is not there, consider means then it will be executing 8 pm. And like urgency won't increase. Like a topmost agency is like 100. It will continue in the same. In this way, like what it will be like, we will need to make sure like the particular goal, deadline and positive name has been achieved within that particular time. This is called as an SLA concept in Pega. You understood this concept. Like a goal, and it will be calculated from the starting time. Various positive name will be calculated from the end of the deadline. That is the main thing of SLA. Like first for this, I will go to data type and I will add. Before that, we will see like now whether the cloud instance is working fine or not. Like that, report a problem, like I will just click on configure view. We should not get that issue. You are getting means it is. Like it's completely like today that is the issue with that. Like here only like we need to configure the particular UI things. Sometimes that the environment will be down in this practice sessions. Like, because of this, we will not able to open the rules. We can move it like a report on some of the topics. We can do it in that like completely, like we can move forward. Like this SLA concept, you understood, right? Like this, SIL-A is one of the important topic. And then, like that thing is like routing assignments to users. Lighting, what is mean by routing is, like we saw yesterday, like what will be the particular routing options here. Like route to specific user, route to current user. And then like a business logic custom. Those things is there, right? Like that particular way is called like routing to that different process. Like routing to the current user means who is working on currently. For that current user will work like if it is specific user means we will mention that specific username. And if it is like different people, like any kind of custom rule, means we will configure the custom rule, those kind of things. Those routing things, like you are aware, right? Like this, like I will show you here. Like if you see here, like in your route, like this current repair is there. Like what we will do is like we select the specific user and like in that specific user, like you have like various options like username reporting, manager, participant, like that. If you know the username means just like what we'll do, select will give that username. Like on drop down, you will be getting survey various kind of username. Just like you can make this particular thing for schedule repair. Like it should be routed only to the service coordinator. Like from repair. Like a who need to work on perform repair. Like we need to work on different people. Like on review repair, also like only one people will be working. Who is like service coordinator. Like what we'll do is like we will have some service coordinator here. Like schedule repair and review repair, like service coordinator only will do. Like here, like what we'll do is like we will use like service coordinator, municipal service coordinator. Then like will come to perform repair. Here, like more than one team will be working. Like the team who is performing and some kind of a manager. Like what we will do is to hear this like more than one team is working. Like what we'll do like in this drop down options available. Which is more apt. Like current user is one user, specific user also one user. Work with you is like more than one user, but like it is same person, only like managers, only manager can work on, but like we are going to do people to different team. They need to work on. Like what we'll use, like we lose like business logic. Any questions? No. Like in business logic, I selected and there is an gear icon. Just I clicked on that gear icon. Like here, it will be hard. We have an option to display like more than one options here. First thing, what we are doing is like in the first particular label, like we are going to display like some kind of an operator. Example, like we have 3 different departments yesterday and requested. We have did what and all we did like some public works. Parks and recreation and that they're like traffic management, those kinds of things. Like what we are going to do here is like we are going to click on select And then like we are going to search for department. Like normally, what we'll be doing is like the department will be selecting. And then like we'll match it with the particular operator is equal to then. If it is matching with this particular value means then like what we'll do is like we'll have that particular operator name. Like example, like in the request type, like we need to add that department. We have not added. Because this cloud instance, like what we will do is like based upon the request type, like whatever we are adding, it will be displayed there. Yesterday, like we have added right department description and like a tie, like issue, like the three things we have added. Like if you see here, this one like a department description and these three things is there. Like what we are going to do is like we are going to use this particular department option. Like what we'll do is like we'll go there like in service request. Like a schedule repair like we have given with service coordinator. Once one service coordinator and review repair also same person. In perform repair, like what we'll do is like business logic and then like just a gear icon. Like here, like what we are going to do is like we are going to do like within some kind of an operator. Like whenever we are going to select some kind of an options, like here, like what we are going to do is like we are going to click on select fields under fields. Like what we have is like we have request. If we need, we'll be having request. Why we selected resolve by division actually? No, like by mistake it got selected. Normally like what we need to select is like we need to select like department. Like it will be present here. Under this one, like we need to display like department. Whenever the department is equal to parks and recreation, like which operator need to work on. Whenever it is a department is equal to that particular, what to say, a particular traffic management team need to work. Like we have like different operator. If you see here, like we will enter like some different operator, right? Like if you're having some traffic manager, traffic department team need to work. Like if it is otherwise, conditions like will have some kind of an public work means like public team need to work on. Like parks means like parks manager need to work on. Like if you see parks department manager, that like will add like different condition. Based upon, like we will say this as main condition. Like whenever this particular department is equal to that one, like will be matching with the particular value. Like example, like if the department is matching to particular public works, means then what we'll do is like we'll match, like we'll assign to some kind of a public work manager. Like here, like more than one team is working totally different teams. Like what we'll do is like based upon when conditions, we will add some values and this will be considered as some business logic. Like basically here department, it should come. Because of this issue with the cloud, it's not populating. We can take another different option. Another different option like what you will take. Like these are the different things which is available. Like in order to have some win rule, we need to have some particular data. Those things like we don't have here, that is the issue. Actually, we want from request type. Correct. From request type, like here, we have like request write service request. Like we need to have some request, some separate field here. Whenever you click on this arrow, like what are the fields available that it will be showing. I think it's errors from system. Like normally it will be showing here department is equal to traffic manager. Here department is equal to this public source. If this is true, then like it will route to appropriate operator. Example, like we'll take. Imagine this is a department. Here like what I will be doing is like I will be keeping here as like traffic management. And then like here, like what we'll do is like same thing. Like is equal to like, we'll keep like here as like public source. Now like other ways, conditions like what we'll do is like we'll keep some default image like parts manager at night. Now if you see here, this is a department. Whenever the customer selects department as traffic management automatically using this business logic rule. Like this traffic manager that assign that particular work will go to this traffic manager. If the customer select public source means by default using this business rule, business logic, the operator will go to this particular public source at my top. Actually, we are providing the system ID to value. If it is problem, belong to the department that goes to them. Correct. Correct. Like current user, specific user. We are doing right. Like similar to that. Based upon dynamically, it's not static. Dynamically means like a customer can select anything. He will select issue with public ports or he will select issue with traffic management. Whatever he's selecting, accordingly, based upon this business logic, what we wrote, it will check and then it will assign to that particular. Understood? Like suppose the customer is raising issue with public search means. It will come to this business logic and it will check first condition. It is a public search is not there. It will omit this one. Then it will go to second one. Here it is public service. It will become true and then it will assign to this particular manager. Understood? This is called like business logic. Business logic. Like instead of current user, specific user. If you want more than operator need to work on it, then you can define it as a business logic. We give it that business logic on perform repair. On perform repair, we gave business logic that more than like based upon the issue the customer is raising, that using our business logic, like based upon the condition, like it will be executed, who will be assigned, like what you've been doing. Understood? This is called routing concept. On the SLA, I told you right. Like that particular seller configuration. That SLA like, where we will configure is like Like normally, if you see here, like there is a goal and deadline here, like every options. Here, like what we need to make sure is, like we need to define like the particular task will be completed within the particular time. When example, like this particular customer is raising the complaint, right? Like whenever the complaint has been raised, we should make some appropriate goal and deadline for scheduling the repair. Like within the particular goal and deadline, like that scheduling need to be done, that like the customer can be able to track their issues, whatever they are facing. Like what I'm going to do is like I'm going to click on this particular schedule and repair. Like here, like there is a goal and deadline. Like here, it is never like what we are going to define is like we are going to use like customer layer, and then like it will be showing like goal and deadline. Like you will be defining like goal and deadline. Like you can define the goal and deadline like whatever you want. Like a goal, like we'll keep it as like 15 minutes. Like I told you, right, urgency. In this sheet, I told that initial urgency has 10. By default, it is 10, which is like increase urgency by 10, and once after that goal is achieved, whether we need to inform, right, we need to escalate that one. For that one, like what we'll do is like we can have some kind of an as a notify, and then we can click on assign. What it will be doing is like we will be sending some kind of a message to that particular customer, like particular manager, like the goal has been achieved. Please take an appropriate action like that. We'll be knowing it. Like in the same way, like what we'll do is like we will define the deadline. Like deadline, what we'll do is like we'll keep some 30 minutes. Like we'll increase the urgency here by 50. Like we'll notify that assignee here. In this way, like what we can then done is like we can able to say use the goal and deadline configuration. Whenever that task customer rises and complain and it comes to schedule repair, like we will make some goal less than 15 minutes, like within 15 minutes of the customer creation. Like if the scheduling has not happened, it means like we will notify the manager and we will increase it by the urgency by 10. After that, like even though after 15 minutes no response means deadline will be achieved. Like here, we kept that line as 30 minutes. Like after that, we'll increase the urgency by 50, and we are not even the same. Like whenever that particular deadline has been completed, that manager, that assignee, will be notified that your deadline has been crossed. Current agencies, this one taken priority. Look into it and fix that issue. Like that, you would be getting. Now in deadline, we can't assign like manager. We can assign like more than one people. We can do it. We can do it. And where is the deadline? Where is the deadline condition? The deadline won't be coming in this particular App Studio. The deadline will come only in like Dev Studio. Like I will open and I will show you actually like in Dev Studio separately. We have for the deadline as well. Here also I can show you. If you see here, like I will just open this particular process. I think there is a network issue from my side. Oh, what happened? I don't know. I think what did you say? No, like a past deadline will be present only in Dev Studio. And one more thing. There is we use a like SLA, existing SLA also. There is an option. Like existing is for, like we already said, some condition there. existing SLAs like already. If you already developed SLA for some other purpose and already used in your application, means same thing. If you want to use it here, that time you can use it. For some other purpose already, some other people might be created. Same time, same goal and deadline. You also has means, just you can refer there. Whatever we created previously, it could be saved on that. It will be saved, right? It will be saved only. Like here. In this assignment, like we are going to open the goal and deadline. If you see here, this is the connectors. Like here, we are not going to make any change. Schedule repair only, like we need to define the goal and deadline. Just I selected this particular thing. And then like if you see here, like we have service level agreement. Like a service level agreement, if you see, like by default, like we have some kind of a notify us, any notify and transfer to manager, like that. Just I will use that one and I will open this. Now, if we see here, like we will be opening with the goal deadline, pause deadline, everything will have it here. If you see here, like service level conditions goal, which is that deadline which is there and then pause deadline. Last thing. Here you can do like business days calculation also. Suppose like bank and then will be working only 5 days per week. Means like whenever the customer rises and complain on the day like which is Friday, Saturday and Sunday, it's the holiday. We should not calculate goal and deadline on Saturday and Sunday. Like from Monday, only we need to calculate. For that, you can just enable this this calculation. This one is like initial urgency. Here you can set as 10 and then like you can increase your urgency like here, like increase urgency by 20 or 30. Based upon your requirement, you can give it. Like in this way, like you can configure the SLA on particular step that like you can know like within how much time it needs to be resolved. Everything. Actually these things, I need to show you a demo. After doing this, like in practically if you run, the case means I need to show you a demo. Like we have an issue like Monday. I will show completely all the things like routing to this particular SLA, everything like in real time, like I will create a case and I will show how it is. We can compare this Develop Studio SLA and absolutely. The next thing is like when we go back to App Studio, like last thing is like email setup creation. Email like basically like we just used like email utility only. Like right, like email utility only we use in the case type. Like if you see here just to be added one step with automation as an email. Like we need to configure some kind of an email points here. Such as like if you see here like it is asking email address field user reference participant. Email address means like what is the thing is like the basically it is you need to mention hard code. Only one email ID. If you know every time if you have a requirement to send an email to only one email, it means then like you can do like email address. If you want dynamic limits, then you can select as and field. Here, if you see here like there is a service request email field. Just like we'll select that field. Whatever is I here, only will use that email. When the customer enters any value in the email field, that field only to consider as an email ID and will send an email to that particular email ID. Then like you can mention the subject like whatever you want randomly And then you can compose the message here. Like whatever the body of the message you need, you can compose it here. In this way, you can compose the message and you can send subject. And if you say to me, automatically whenever the customer carries us on complaint scheduling, a repair goal and deadline will happen. And the particular team based upon the customer raising issue they will be working on. And we will be going, reviewing will happening and finally will send him an email. One thing I'm doing like a send to via option field. Just click on the send. Upside, send to field. User reference participants is like. User reference is nothing but example, you have some kind of an operator, like a create operator or any kind of an update operator kind of persons. To that people, automatically it will go. Create operators who is creating the case and the update operator is who is updating the case. Like example, if there are some other people is updating or some other people is creating means. To their mail, it will be sent in. If you want to correct email ID, if you want to know then you can set it in the email option. You understood. Then another option is there another option is participant. Participant is a customer owner interested all participants. This is default options which will be available for participants. The customer is in the sense the customer who is logging in and one of the in the sense who will be wanting this particular application and interested means who are working. Example perform repair, some team will be working and they say schedule repair, one team is working. All the people will be getting the interested people who are involved in this and the all participants means. All the participants, a complete people, will be receiving that particular mail. Actually, who is the owner? Owner by default, it will be taking at the final stage here. Who is the current owner? Who will be working here? The service coordinator, right? Service coordinator only to consider a SONA before sending email a review repair. Who will work on? We can't figure out a cell it will be worked on by the service coordinator. He will be considered as one of whenever you keep us one. And for this no more. Which one? Actually, I know how to compose the medley. Just composing, you need to add some bold italics, those things. Whatever you do. This is regarding that particular routing and as ls and then a goal and deadlines. You understood, right? Completing. Just in a theoretical way, I explained to you after Monday, I will show you all the demo, and I will come to you beforehand and then I will run the case and I will show you. Next thing will be we designed our particular things and then other things you want whether you wanted to know about this particular agile workbench, those things and all. You. In high level, I will say you. Basically, like if you see here, like we have like various kinds of options. Like a top. Like here, like there is a thunder icon, which is called as like toggle agile workbench. Whenever you click on this toggle agile workbench, if you're working in agile project, means like your backlogs, your user stories, everything need to be tracked. Like you will be given some requirements. Those requirements will be tracked as part of an user stories. Like all these things like you will be handling in Pega. Normally, like what you will be using? You will be using some kind of an external software such as Jira and such as Kanban, right? Those kind of fun boards in order for development. Like here, like Pega. Motive is like all the things you can use inside Pega only. For that purpose, like what we'll do is that we'll have like certain options here where you can develop, like where you can add a user stories, where you can create bugs, all the things. Actually, what did Jira basically? I hear his name. Jira is a software that your day-to-day activities will be tracked. Suppose like there are 5 developers in your team and there are 3 testers and there will be like 1 scrum master, 1 product owner and 1 business analyst. Totally like 15 people will be there in a project. Like all of the people will be working daily right on some particular tasks. Like we wanted to track the what is the progress of the particular task and what is the acceptance criteria. What is the requirement from the business and like what is the changes you are agreed to do. And like what is the estimation, whether it is like how much days you will take to complete that work. Every day, like a scrum master will track it. Those things are complete. Data will maintain in Jira. If you see here, like you have next stories, bugs, feedback. Stories, like what we'll say in agile terminology, stories is like the basic requirement. Like the clients will provide you the requirement, like what they need for their business. Like based upon that, like we will provide like all the details of it and then we will determine what is the particular things and like what are the acceptance criteria. What we agreed to develop and like what are the other things. Everything will be discussing there only. Like we are by mouth. If you are saying something means no one will believe. And like later, after 1 month, like we can manipulate it. Like for that, in order to track all the things like we have on Jira, like normally, like in a we have Jira book. There like we'll track the stories and then we will have all the points. Example, like you and another team has discussed something means they'll update all the things. Like we discussed, like we agreed to have this as in one screen in the screen. Like we agreed to have on 4 fields and each field will be like one field will be dropped down. Everything will have it in that story. Like after that, like you will be maintaining, like after 1 month also come on like come sun. See that stories and see your development means. It will be matching. This is what your requirement. Like later, after 1 month, no one will come in and say like no, we gave you like different requirements and now it is changing like that. No one will be saying you that way. In order to do that, like we'll be having using the stories and then bugs means once the developer completes the development. Like the testers will be testing it. In that case, they will be finding some kind of an issues. In order to resolve that issue, like we'll be providing some kind of an bugs here. that will be tracked in the box column. Then his feedback is like once you develop something, like you will be saying, like you will be asking the feedback from the particular product owner, has come master, those kind of people. Like in order to do that, like we'll be having like different kinds of feedback option that they will say, like instead of drop down, you can use radio button, like that. They will be giving them feedback. All the feedback will be tracked under this feedback. It's basically like tracking all your progress, all the agreed conditions, agreed criteria, everything, and your Scrum Master will be able to like track based upon that. On the each of the teams, you will be providing with one particular unit to estimate it. Suppose for the one screen development, if you're taking some 3 days, means you will be mentioning like 3 days I need to take. I will take to complete the story, like that you need to mention. Actually, it's like one bit of messenger, kind of messenger. Who's from master, like one kind of style, correct? We can tell them that this time I'm facing this issue, right? Actually, in bigger chat here. In bigger, they use like for chatting, like records. Use it as a record video, this one. No, they are actually using for, like what we're facing, more with chatting purpose. We can develop that as well. Like chatting messenger, we can develop using. Actually, this is for like a developer system and what and done and this message. This is basically, it's for complete team, not only developer, like for testers also. They will use this requirement, and then product owner, business analyst, scrum master, all the people will be watching. Like example, if you are saying like you are working on one requirement, means like today, you are saying like you are put on this one. Tomorrow, like Scrum Master will come and ask you like, what is the requirement you work on today? Like that, you will be asking. In order to have some kind of tracking, you will be maintaining in this particular stories. What are the thunder? What sign thunder? This thunder is like toggle agile workbench. Actually, these all have different function like message sign toggle, agile workbench. Correct. These are like different collaborations. Example, if you have any development related issue, you don't know something. You need to ask some people. Just you can click on this. Automatically it will go to Pega Developer Network, and then you can post your questions here. Understood. What does it exactly? Right. In this way, these things and all is useful. That is for today. Like we have discussed about a certain kind of UI related, things changes, right? Like which involves the complete 3 levels of stages, and like it involves like process types itself. Like in that, like each steps like will be revolved around certain kinds of in detail. The first step is like report a problem. If you see here, like we added few fields like in request data type such as request date, full name and issue severity. If you see like low medium price, those things like we have detailed. Like in that similar way, like whatever field we have added there as an input or like text or like kind of drop down. Everything it will be showing in the UI in preview format like this only. In this way, like you can make sure like how the design as of our application it is being, and like how we can implement, like how it will be showcasing in real time, like that you can able to know this. Like that, like are you using the same version? Same thing. Are you referring to the PDA and PDA only? PDA and PDA only. But actually in my system it did not take that much time. Like will be go smoothly at any time. Here also same thing, only but with this particular, I don't know like a particular your thing, only like it is very slow. Remaining things are done, like it is very fast, only like one day, like we will complete like 10 to 5 sessions, 10 to 5 topics. Now, if you see, the first step is like this particular screen, like where we have certain fields. If you see, this is the field name. This one, you know, like in last week when we discussed about data modeling. There, like we different kind of request types and there like we have added this kind of fields and all. Like based upon that, like it has been showcasing here like this. Just like what we did is like we just included that as part of the field. Just we click on like last week what we did. Just data modeling. Like we have created the request type and present those kind of data type alone. After this, like we didn't make any kind of linking and alright. Like now, the linking will happen in this particular place. Like whenever you are opening the particular step. There like you have an option to add field. You can add the field and just like you can use whatever we created as part of the service. Request from the data type. Like there, like already we created with the type what it should be and calculator if you remember. Like we created calculated field as well. Such as like never setup time is equal to total time like that. Just like whatever we are creating, that we need to click on add field and then we need to add it here. Like in right hand side preview, it will be showcasing like this. This is preview. This is the things like which is in the code of problem. Same way identify location. Like we have the particular configure view setup. There also like we will be showcasing like what are that particular location need to be. If you see here like we have added a field type called location. Automatically it has been displayed GPS location Google Maps. Like a user can select like from which location they are raising in request. Just the type is like location here. Like we have phone number, integer data, decimal, those kind of type, right? Similar to that, like we have like address thing field as an location here. Like just like whatever we are creating as part of data type. Here like just like we are using here reusing. We are not getting anything. Just like we will click on this particular step and then like configure view and then from there like you will add that field. That field automatically like whatever field you created as part of this data type, it will be coming there. Like this is like complete like user screen. Like when it comes to schedule repair. Like here, like we will be configuring the necessary things such as like golden deadline, everything. If you see here like the goal and deadline has been designated as never. Like what you can do is like you can just keep it as an existing. Sorry, like you can keep like custom SLA and then here like whatever you wanted to have it in the particular value. Like you can keep it here. Just like for our purpose, I'm creating some 15 seconds in order to see that. 15 seconds as goal. And then deadline will keep it as 30 seconds. 30 seconds that like here will be knowing like what will be the exact deadline time, everything. Like increasing the agencies, like just we are keeping, then next two we are saving this one. Sorry, we didn't select action. Notify. Oh, nothing. If you want, like we can set this, that as well. Like it's basically purely like our choice only. If you like to notify to like all the particular people, then like we can have it. Just like we can click on save. Like if there is no number of people involved in here, means automatically it will be showing an error such as this no number of participants are available. Like if the manager is not there, also it will be showing like whenever you select that particular checkbox, then no manager is available, like that. Then here this perform repair is there. In this perform repair, like whatever it is there in the general, like we can able to modify to the particular user people. Like if you want to have any kind of like mappings to whom it need to be done, etc. can be mapped here. Like we just like specific user and current user, those kind of people. Like now, like what we'll do is like we'll go for like repair and confirmation. In this repair confirmation, like what we are going to do is like we are going to generate an email. For generating an email, what we need to do is like we need to have some kind of a field. In our item, like what we have did is like we used a field called like email. Just like whatever the email ID we are entering here to that email, it will be. Like after that, like what we'll do is like we'll add some kind of subjects such as like your request has been completed. Since it is like static message, every time like you will be getting same kind of subject only. Say like it won't be different based upon some different people. Like what we will be doing is like just like we'll hard code the sentence as same thing, like which is like your request has been completed. Here, like in message, composing only like you can define it like a dynamically. Based upon the case ID and the name of the persons, you can do it. Suppose example, we will say like hello. And then like what we'll do is like we'll add some property that dynamically whatever name the customer mentions to them, like it will send an email. If you see here, like we have like the particular name. Like what we can do is like we can just type a select name like which we given there. Under service request type only, we created a few names just like whenever we click on this, like it will show like what are the other data, like the what are the all the fields which has been created. You can give it dynamically. In the first stage here, whenever the customer gives his name as like John Thomas, automatically like here will get dynamically like a hello John Thomas. Second time he gives us like some Ramesh means to like it will come like hello Ramesh, like that it will come dynamically. In order to use dynamically, you can use this particular configuration where you can insert that property. Whatever value entered there, automatically like the particular user will be getting that mail dynamically. It will make work very easy. Right. Like, because static means you will hard code it. Dynamically means based upon the customer inputs, like a live with millions of customers. Whenever there is a million of customers, you need to define like you need to attract them based upon your UI. Like what you need to do is like you need to greet them very gloriously. For that, like what we'll do is like we will have a given this option, such as like insert property. From there, like what you can do is like you can insert the particular property and then like you can dynamically reference it. Here under service request, like what we'll do is like we'll just select this full name. Like it will be coming as this hello service request dot full name. In real time, what it will happen is like it will be complete the full name with the particular customer details, whatever the customer fill in this particular first stage. I understood this scenario right. Using this particular property, yes, you are audible. You are right. Why we are using the things that property here? Just like we can fill all other things like we have addressed. We have addressed it like you. We have addressed your case. Here also dynamically, you can mention the case ID. Like just you can click on this particular property and then you will mention this case ID and has been. Successfully completed. Like after that, like you can have any kind of in regards. Who is doing that particular thing? Now like just like we will click on the done. Now like what we can do is like if you want to add any kind of fun attachments, you can do. It's like what we can do is like we can able to save this particular changes and then like we will check and we will run our case. Now like what we are basically doing is like we will run this case tape and we will look like that UI and then how that mail everything is getting into good like that. If you see here, like we have like three kinds of fun channels, such as if you want your development to be bigger screen means large screen preview can do. Like you can do in tablet. Like you can do it in this mobile preview. Like based upon your necessity, you can do all these things. If you see here in the create stage, like you have like 4 kinds of doing, like 4 steps you have. For that, like we use some kind of an horizontal navigation, right? Like if you remember last week when we design our case, let's cycle. Like I to look in that user screen like in this way only. Like here, like what we are doing is like this is for first step, customer will perform. Like what they are doing is like they are requesting today, which is 28, and then here they're entering some name. It was like, and then like they are mentioning like a issue type as like medium, and then like the request. Like here, like we have like different kinds of request. If you remember, like we have one data type, he had to be created, and we mentioned traffic signal, park maintenance, those kinds of things, right? Those things like will update here, like traffic signal, like our park maintenance, both the things. There is an issue, like just like we can mention that one. And description like you can update anything else. Like this is optional field. Just we can ignore and we can go to the next screen. Here, like it is asking like what is the exact location of the particular thing. If you are typing something like that, you probably fly over Hyderabad like something like you are doing, like automatically. Map will be done here. What will be the exact locations if you're triggering, like based upon the particular value means that you can just trigger that. And then like you can able to submit these particular things. Like this is like out of boxing. Like after boxing, they're going to providing this kind of maps. Just you need to use the field that I call location. This is like our second step. Like after third step. The third step is like submitter. Here like I won't type anything. Just like I will keep it in the same way. Here, if you see here, like here, whatever mail ID we are entering, to that mail ID only like in the resolution step that email will be going. Like I will enter something like a kernel@gmail.com. Since this is like instances, it won't trigger to this actually email ID, but like we will see, like what is the to address. To address will be mapped to this one. Like after doing these 4 steps, like we will submit this request, and now scheduling repair is there. If you see here scheduling repair, like it will be, if you see here like do you in a minute. Like based upon the particular value, like it will be going to this SLA and then it will be executing. If you do not have this particular changes, like just I'm making 30, then I'm submitting it. Then like it when to perform repair, those two are distinct. Here like based upon our logic, like we will do all these things such as repair time. We will keep like 3 hours and the distinct as like repair time, setup time as repair time as 3 hours, and then like we'll keep clean up time as 5 hours. Automatically total calculated value. It will be done. This only. We did calculation of setup time plus repair time plus cleanup time in that data. Did you remember that scenario? those calculated field only like it is working in this particular thing. Now like we'll just click on submit. After that, like what it will go is like it will go for approval or objection. It is going to manage your queue for approving or rejection. Like what we'll do is like we'll approve it. Now, when we are approving automatically, like a mail should be triggered. The status has been resolved completed. Now like what we will see is like we will see like an email has been triggered or not, like that. We'll check here. If you see, this is the attachment. Here only that particular mails are the things will be triggered. I know. Whatever. Like here, it would be getting dynamic. It's just like the hollow kernel and your has been completed. Whatever we entered, it will be showing here dynamically. Actually, if you reject, then we step more towards if it rejects means like what we had designed there. Rejection, I think we didn't do it. In case type only, like we need to do on the case. I think this is completed now. This is completed successfully. One doubt is like on the case type. What is your doubt here? Did you schedule repair? VU like time as goal and deadline. Only thing we go at that. An App Studio, you have an option to provide only goal and the lens. If you want to defend pause that late, then you need to go to Do Studio. Like Dev Studio, like more advanced options will be there. There you can make business calendar days. Like if you want to calculate only from Monday to Friday, means there you can enable. Those things you can do it. And only like whatever, like create option, like taking data from customers. It is only happened between like in create on the same creative stage. This happened big lots of data from using in real time, like user like a current like the customer will see only the first stage, like he will have only the 4 steps, like where we will collect his detail, like and the second and third stage will not display them at all. Second and third stage will display only to that municipal coordinator, service coordinators who is belonging to that particular application. Like for that one, like what we need to do is like we need to create an portal. Like bad, we need to add restrictions. Like you need to recreate when condition and you need to make sure like that the next 2 stages won't be visible. That like only first is clean after they are filling. They will not get anything next to things. You will. They will get. Your request has been successfully submitted, like that, they will get. Once after that, like a service coordinator team, they'll be working on it and then they will do the necessary things, all the things. Actually, we select when we create a stage. That time we select collection. Collect information. Great. Like what you were asking, like. Here what you're asking. I had new stage. Like I don't want stage. Another new stage. Like this. We'll add like some testing stage name as some defaulting test. Here like what do you want to do? What do you want to check? Oh, I will stay in like just show the option. Like oh, like adding step. Like adding step, like you will be getting an option for like where you can approve or reject collecting information. My doubt is that you collect information. We are collecting data. Correct? In approval, reject step is like it's the end stage basically. Like whenever the manager can approve or reject in resolution, we select approve and reject into review repair. And perform repair. What we do? Like the perform repair, we will collect information only. Like this information means collecting from that particular team. Whatever they're performing. That was the multi-step form is like past the stage. Like in create stage, we have used fake. Basically this is not dependent on state. This is dependent on only states. One of the unit is different steps. Actually, there's a matter what stage you selected. It's dependable on inside the stage. Inside and stage, like inside and stage, you will have an process, incident process. You will have in steps. Steps only like you will differentiate, like what is the collecting information or apart from that, you can use automation. If you see here, same repair information is an automation tool. Like you have other things as well, like in advanced version, we will be seeing tomorrow that you can create an PDF. Suppose you wanted to attach an PDF to an mail, you can do it here. If you want to generate document, you can do it. In schedule, repair what we see like. In schedule repair just to be. We are having goal and deadline and then we are mapping the right operator. Which process we select them like collect or they are also collect. Only just because like it will be showing like what is the appropriate stage and like what is the appropriate step like or where it needs to schedule. Like for that also, we'll use collecting information on it. When we like in the approval rejection scenario, where the manager can only perform like approval or reject. Those kinds of scenario will go for approval or reject. But only we select the like collect information, but just explain me the schedule one more time. Schedule repair. If you go to the schedule repair like here, like what basically we have is like we are collecting information and like what we are doing is like when we select on this configure view, like we'll be getting like what is that particular scheduling need to be done for that application. Like due date and the node to technical team. Here also, just like the service coordinator will collect information only. He will say like, but that particular issue the customer is, he will make. This is the due date. Like tomorrow the date is that due date after tomorrow. And he will keep Like traffic is not working like that. He will update here. In due date, we get that goal and deadline. Not goal and deadline. Like a due date is like the date should be completed. Actually, goal and deadline. I will explain it. Goal and deadline in this particular stage, when it will work, is like within like whatever you are defining there, like due date, it doesn't depend. Due date can be after 5 days as well. Like the goal and deadline is like immediately the particular team, it next team should work. I picked that assignment. Like example, if it is in scheduled repair means immediately it needs to go to perform repair within them 15 seconds. They can work on some 4 days or 5 days. Perform repair one more time. Perform repair. In perform repair, like what we'll be doing is like we'll be collecting all this information such as like first name, like a setup time, clean up time, repair time, all these things. Actually, goal and deadline option is everywhere. Correct. Everywhere you will have, but wherever you need to, you can pick. Like if you see here, like within 15 seconds, like this perform repair team need to pick that assignment. But due date they can pick within 50 seconds and then can keep for 5 days. Clear with my doubt actually? Doubt is with goal and deadline. We can take goal and line in any option, in any step. Understood. But specific, we give that goal and deadline to review submission. Right. Alright? Understood. This is regarding the particular case types, complete case types, and then like process, tips and automation for sending email and goal and deadline and the like schedule, like a routing based upon current user, those kinds of things. Like now, like what I'm going to do is like we will discuss about a new topic. Like the bitches having like advanced level of flow ships which is using a particular thing. Like what we need to do is like till yesterday what we done like just to like we saw about goal and deadline, taking the case, take stages, process, steps, and then you just step. Like what you will do is like you will add, you can figure some kind of data model and like you have certain fields and you've gone to that routing, like whether it needed to be routed to current user or specific user, or whether it will be like to any kind of business logic. And then what like we did about goal and deadline, and finally like email configurations, we come bigger. Now like what we are going to do is like to an email, like how we can create an PDF. Like we need to create an period by using an automatic utility, and like we need to send an email to the customers. For that, like we will see like how it can be done in bigger by using like very easy. Normally in a traditional technology, if you want to develop something which needs like which involves this particular kind of an attachment of PDF, those things, and it is like very tedious process. But in Pega like it is very easy, in which you can follow certain minimal number of steps and you can achieve those complications. Just like what I'm going to do is like I'm going to click on this case types, and like I'm going to click on this service case type. Actually, these are not the case types, only like as we saw, right? Like assistant, like service request case that you may have, and that service coordinator customer similar to that. There is another case type as service. Here, like what we are going to do is like we are going to create, it will have certain kinds of services which is related to certain kinds of operations. For that, like what we need to do is like we need to add some kind of an automation like we need to create an PDF here. What we'll do is that just I'm clicking on select a step, and then here I'm going to use an automation. Like, apart from this collective information of pro, reject multi informations, I'm just going to click on more. And here I'm going to use like automations. In this, automations like what I'm going to use is like we have certain kinds of and Pega created utility. Just like I'm going to use like create PDF. What I will do is just I will click on create video and I'm using this. Now like just what this will do is like it will create an empty PDF document, but you need to update what the content should be in the period. Like here, like what we need is like we need like what are the services the customers are selected and like what is the service charge happen. Like for what those information we need to in the particular period. For that, like what time, we just include the PDF name and like here like select view. Here like what we will do is like we will select that appropriate selection section. If you see here like it will display all the section names. Here you need to select what content you need inside the period. Like here, like it is like whatever services customer is selecting, that services and the cost of the services should generate as an PDF. Like I will select like select services as an appear content. And here like orientation is there. Whether you want it in landscape mode or portrait mode. Like in what format your PDF name. Just you can mention in the same name and then like in PDF name is like the document name. Like what I'm mentioning is like some receipt of services like that I will mention. Like in this attachment category list, like we have like correspondence document, file notes, scan documents, screenshot, URL, etc. That PDF which we are creating is as part of like document. Just we will click as documents. Select services. There will be default kind of fun options. Case attachments, main case information, case description, these are all default thing. Attachments means like it will consist to view fields like a case, attachment ID kind of those fields. When you are using this, like those information will attach to the PDF. Select services. Is there one of the collect information step which we used in this particular service thing and services like another kind of information like which we are using in another case. This is just one kind of view. View is nothing but the section like each step is there, right? That is the thing. If you see here, select services, like it will consist like all the information such as like what are the services the customer took and what is the quantity and what is the particular life. We need that as the video document. Because like in this scenario, like in another case, there will be different kinds of document, like different kind of things. Like this scenario, one we will select services. Similarly, like if we are doing for different kind of details, different kinds of screens, we will have this is dynamic like a bay information we need. We can select from that. All the document will be there. That's one category. If you see here, like file notes, scan documents, screenshot, everything is good. Here also you can select like what kind of an attachment category this DF should be. Whether it should be like something that I will name or some kind of scanned document, URL kind of thing. Like document. Just like we selected as a document here, will become as an PDF document along with all the details embedded with selected services. And just like we'll click save. Now like what we are going to do is like now we created an PDF. Now what we need to do with this video, we need to send an email. This PDF need to be sent an email. A sent email PDF need to be sent in an email. For that, what we will do is like we'll click on step and more. And like yesterday we added right. Like automation, same thing. We are going to add it here. Like send the email. Is there right? Same thing. Like we are going to add it here. What it will happen is like once the PDF is generated, the particular email will be sent to the customer along with the PDF. Like here, like what we do is like just we can have that the naming convention. Is this any random problem? And then like we have like what we'll do is like we'll select what are the other details we need. Here like what we'll do is like we will select like participant. Participant means like the customer, whatever they are selecting to it will go. Here like what we will include is like customer. Yesterday what we did like we selected a speed and the email address. We select an email thing. But here now, like we are going to use the participant. Why participant means? The particular step will be participant, like who has like customer is the participant. For that, like we have used here the term like subject, like the gesture we can ensure like whatever we need received and then like here. After this, like the composing message is there. Like just like we can compose like whatever we did in yesterday manner. Like if we don't know the participant means that you can do like field. Like whatever the field we had, just like we can do it in the particular, like whatever email address we entered, it will go to. Since in this scenario, like a customer is an participant, like only customer can participate here. No other managers or service coordinator are involved. Like particular way, we know right. That's why we depend on this. Now like what we'll do is like total bill list. Then like we'll include the property and then like we'll include the service total, name service total which we are using. Service total is there. Just we'll use this. Like that. Whatever the service total is there, we will send us an email and the receipt of that bill like will send to the customer. Like we'll click on done. And then like what we'll do is that we'll click on include attachments. Like in the include attachment, it is asking like whether it include all the case attachment or like only choose attachment. Like what we need to do is that we need to choose an attachment. Because in the first step only we created an attachment. Like just to be clicking on choose attachment and then like here if you see like we'll make like what is the particular field. Like example, if you see here like what we made is that we made as like document. Just to be in select as document here. Like in previous scenario, like in previous step, we generated as documents. Like in the same way, we are using the document here and we are. Like when it comes to third step, we can check in the second step whether any period is there or not. Document is there. If it is there, automatically it will check here and it will attach. Wait, I will open saying. I will show, you will understand. Like just like what here we are doing is like in the select services only. Like whatever the customer to link here that should be generated as in PDF. Like for this, like what I'm doing, like we'll open and see like what they contribute in the select services. Here, if you see like these are the fields like which has been added in the select services step. Like what is the service, what is the unit cost and what is the quantity and like a line total and finally service total. Like this one, like we created under services data model, like yesterday created under request and request, right? Same thing we did in service and then under that, like we added all these 5 fields. Normally, like yesterday we created, but now like what need to be done is like we need to be having it is, since again if they're creating, same thing means time will be consumed, right? In order to avoid that, we have to do this. Just like what we have is like a service which is text, unit cost is currency, quantity is inline, total is currency and service total is currency. Here like this final is the service total. Like this field only we are using in that mail. Now like what we are going to do is like we are going to cancel and then like what we are going to do. Same like all the same document, whatever information is there. Just we are copying it into PDN. That's why I mentioned like select services, like whatever details is there, it will be copied here. Now we'll save and run. Now this is the cover screen. Like the first I showed you, right? Select services. Like what are the things is there like here? Like what we are going to do is like we are going to replace 2.5 automatically. It will calculate like 2 into 100 200 and then like when make like one like battery replacement program like totally like how much happened. 200 plus 153 to over 350D. Like if you see here, like a total for service, total cost is like 350. Now, like we are going to submit after submitting this, like we are going to submit the, if you see, here there is an attachment here. Whenever we click on attachment, if you see, like on PDF got generated receipt of services. When we click on this one, like we'll know, like a PDF will be generated where it will be showing like the different kinds of things. Like we selected the tire replacement 2 and we selected that replacement as 1 and then like a total services 3. This receipt will be attached to the particular customer. the generating of PDF is like very tedious process in normal traditional technology. Like if you are doing some kind of encoding and all means, it's very like a lot of things you to interpret. But here, like just an utility like which is already there, you need to configure that. Like we got an email as well. Just we'll see the email, whether that particular email has been attached. Just like we'll go for allow and then we'll click on it and we'll make a con receipt. If you see here, like we got mail, like your total mail is like ready to read, and like we call this attached file here as well. This attached file will be opened as PDF document. Next thing, like what we'll see is like, we will see some kind of an automated workflow decision, like without human intervention, how the workflow can be gone through into Pega. We can see in that way. I will open the decision request state for that. This is our decision request case type like here. Like what we are doing yesterday, we see on about service requested. This is our system request. Here, like what we are doing is like whenever the customer is going in his car in any highways, like his car has been stopped due to any damage or any kind of brake failure or any kind of an issue. Like he will rise and complain for that. Like we created one kind of an case type here. Like what we do is like we identify the issue, what kind of an issue he is facing, whether it's tire or engine, what kind of issues, and we'll get the customer information, we'll identify the location and we'll identify what is the vehicle and we will validate it, and then like we'll go to the next select service provider, everything. This is one of the case type for looking compliant regarding our assistance requesting here. Like what we need to do is like if you see here validation state, like manually customer need to validate here. Example, if we enter that information of this vehicle, the customer need to manually validate here. Instead of doing that, like what we need to do is like we need to have some kind of an automated events without having any kind of human interruption automatically whenever after identifying the vehicle. This particular, if you see there is a person who will be belonging to this organization, he will approve once. After he approves, only then like the particular service team will come in and they will take that particular services. Now what we need to do is like we will eliminate the stage, and instead of this, like we will automate it manually without doing any human intervention. We will automate manually. For that, like we'll see like how we can do that particular thing. Who will automate is like this particular CSAR guy will automate here. Like for that, like what we need to do is like we need to remove this particular stage, and then we need to delete this prime. That things like I will delete, this particular person knows. Now, I deleted it now, like there is no users like who can work on this particular assignment. Just like we saved that one. And now what we are going to do is that we are going to open this particular process. Here like we are going to remove that automatic manual thing, and then like what we can do is like we need to have some kind of a request. Like I'm just opening this process. Now, like what we are going to do is like this. This is the existing process, like existing case state flow. Now, like what we are going to do is like we are going to add, we'll remove this completely and we will make it as an automated thing. For automated, what there is configuration, like if you click on this plus icon, you will have like different kinds of shapes. These are like if you see like advanced steps, like which you will have like the particular like services, robot queues, split joints. Like I will explain all these things in different scenarios, like automation, like in case you saw right, create PDF, generate documents. These things under like the send email, like these things under we have in we saw in case type, same thing, only in flow. Here also you can select those things. Now, like what we are going to do is like we are going to add some automated shapes for that. Like here an automated shape which we are going to use is like decision. Like what this decision shape will do is like automatically whenever a customer selects the variables automatically, the system will validate and it will verify and it will send to them. Like what I'm going to do is like I'm going to enter some kind of a name here. That now what we dislike, we gave here and like. Now we are going to add another shape. What is another shape is like change stage. Whenever the customer identified the vehicle, immediately like a system need to validate it and it need to send to that service provider team. Like when it goes to service provider state, the service team will go to that location and they will pick that vehicle. In order to do that, like what we are doing is like in automation, we have like change to a stage, just we will click on it. Like change it to a stage. Like we'll go from here and like wait here. Like we'll make this, like we will add some kind of a label. Automation, change to your stage. Like after like a change to a specific stage, like what we are doing is that we are adding some kind of a label to make it sure like what it need to be done, like a rejection states. Like two scenarios is there. Whenever an example, the customer is having some audio demo for those kind of facilities is not available in your service center, means that time what it need to be done. The customer request has to be cancelled. We need to make sure that those kind of spare parts are not available. Like we are not taking the car. Like if the customer has some kind of lorry kind of things and they are raising compartments like lorry equipment center, we don't have. We will just reject that particular kind of events. For that, like what we are doing is like we are adding like rejection stage here. Now like what we do is like we will delete this one. This is automated thing. Just like I will delete this particular thing. Now I deleted it. Now what I am going to is like I am going to drag and drop the plastic connector. This is the starting short shape. Like what I'm going to do is like I'm going to collect and I'm going to map here. Just I did it in this. After this, like what I am going to do is we just validate it. If the vehicles, like whatever the particular customer raised that services our service team is providing means, then we can go to service provider stage. Yes, we need to go to rejection stream. For that, like what we can do is like here only we are going to configure that when condition. Just like whenever you double click on it. Here in this decision shape, like what we are going to do, we are going to have some kind of A. If you see here, like we have different things open, conditions, brilliant decision table, decision 3, 4, predictive model, like a score model, everything. Like here, like you can use any kind of unspecialized things like that. We can make whatever you need. Just like will select us and we fall through, and what we will do is like we will have an connector and then we'll connect to the same. Here like what we'll do is like here, like we have like win condition. Here only like we are going to make some kind of logic changes. In this win condition, like what you need to do is like for means like basically it will help you to do whatever logics you need. Example like if it is true, then you need to go to one stage. If it is false, if you need to go to another stage means, then you can use for there. Fork is nothing, but it is kind of an bend rule like where you can check like then if it is true, then what stage it need to go. When if it is false and what stage it need to go. We have like apart from for, like we have like decision table, decision tree, these things, and then we'll discuss in later. Like just in simpler way we want to do just for like whatever we are doing is like we are clicking on this particular thing. This is another way. This if you see here like two ways we can do it. One way is like just you can remove this connector and then like what you can do is like you can right click on it and then view properties. You can give and here like view properties. Actually in Dev Studio configurations, you will have like more easier way. Sorry, in apps to be easier to make things. Here one thing. Next thing is like automation change to a stage. We have it here and here like what? Like what is the thing? Like we gave like what is the particular name like we want. Here we can give that like validate the cost, and here rejection stage. And we map here and now. Like what we are going to do is like here, like we are going to select the particular configuration points here. Like what it will be done is like now we will select here, and if you see here there is an custom condition bin. Now here like what we are going to do is like we are going to select like the gear icon, and we are going to select like what is the win condition there. Like whenever the enrollment is standard, then like we need to make sure like we are going to the particular next stage. If the enrollment level is not there, then we are not going to the particular state. For that, like what we are going to do is like we'll click on field, and like we'll click on customer it, and we'll click on enrollment. See why we are doing. This is like whenever whoever the customer is enrolled to the particular our app, only we need to provide the assistance. The customer who are not enrolled in our app, we should not provide this assistance. Automatically system need to reject their request. In order to do that, like what we are doing is like we are selecting the enrollment is true or not. If it is true, automatically system will go to the next stage, which is like service provider is assigning. If it is not assigned, the enrollment is not removed, then we will go to for that only, like we are doing automated events here. Just like we are clicking on submit. When whoever the customer enrolled into our application, to them only we need to provide. Like if that when condition is true means where we need to go to next stage, like validate request stage, or like you need to go like in this stage in the means, automatically it will go to the next stage. Now like otherwise here, what is there? Suppose if that valid condition, if the customer is not enrolled, means what need to happen, automatically it need to reject it. What I'm going to do is like I'm going to rejection stage. If you see here, like when I select, automatically the rejection stage and connector has been connected, just like over. Now we will save this. Now, if you see here, like we got on two things, to validate request and rejection stage. Now it is like manual. It's not a manual, even it's in completely automated. Even like this is the first screen where the customer will entering all this information, and like will make sure like it is not being selected. Like when can custom condition. Here like what we are going to do is like we are going to enroll him, and like if the customer is like enrolled customer means, then that time what we need to do is like what this do is like here in our scenario we are checking only one value. whether if the customer is enrolled or not into our application. If he's enrolled means then like we are making like the next day we can assign service provider. Like that we are determining. If not enrolled means we are rejecting this request. But in some scenario there will be more than one request. If he's an enrolled customer and if his enrollment is like prime means, then we need to give some advantage. If he's enrolled customer and if he's not prime means, then like we need to use different other privilege. Like in order to do that, like we can use like this group and or hours and means like more than one condition or also more than one condition. Advanced logic is like consists of mixture of both and then are like in some scenario. Like if you see like in Amazon itself, if you see for prime customer like they are delivered, order will be within 24 hours. For non-prime customer, it is like more than 24 hours, but both the customers need to log into the application and they need to register into the Amazon app. Without logging in, you cannot. You cannot make any kind of request. In the same way, only here also, like if there is like more registered customer and if it is like prime means, then like you can use group and like group or means either of them. Example, either he can register or he can able to prime customer. Anything is there means he can book an order. For that, like you can use our condition. In here, since like we are not using anything, since we have only one condition. Just like we'll click on subnet and then like here, like what we'll do. Select will go to the end stage. Automatically connector will be connected. Like otherwise, like rejection stage will go automatically connected. Just like we'll save here. It has been saved. Now we'll go back to stages and steps. Now here also what we'll do. We'll save and run and we'll see like how it goes now. Like we'll select two customers. One selector customers who is enrolled and another customer who is not enrolled. And we'll see like for the enrolled customer how it goes and non-intelligible customer how it goes. Like here, I am selecting the issues like some did battery. The customer is selecting the issues game factory and the customer information we are selecting here. Like the customer information. If you see here, like there is 4 customers and if you see like he's like enrolled now, like what we'll do? Select now. We'll see for the enrolled customer. Now, if you see he's already enrolled to our app, like we got an information like enrollment level and then like what we'll do is that we'll continue and we'll just skip this. Here, like we make like we can mention the par number of like the model and make and then like what we'll do is like we'll just click on it here. Now automatically the decision will happen and it is going to see payment information. It's going just like we can click skip on this and then now like what it should go. Now if you see here like it has been validated, second stage automatically. It has been completed. We didn't do anything. Automatically manner like automated decisions. We have a system itself did. It took and it completed and it went to third stage, which is the customer has been enrolled. Like we selected the customer who is enrolled. Like an automatic system is validated and if we enter service, next assign service provider. In this way, like you will identify like automata event you can find and then you can able to restrict partner. See now, like the second stage is there right completely. It is an automated. Any kind of an users or any kind of a service coordinator or mayor or any service team, they won't work on this particular validation. Its completely system will take care. Just really configure few decision shape and some kind of an automated automation. What it happened is like there is some issue. We will identify what is the issue. It is going to some problem flow. Here we will find what is the issue. Right? What is the issue? Select. We gave like the rejection stage, right? But here we didn't do like what is the rejection stage. Like we need to mention the name of the rejection stage, that it will go to the appropriate injection stage. If you see here like a channel is there, this is the rejection stage, approval or rejection. For this, like what we need to do is like we need to go back to the particular thing, and then like we need to ensure that a particular rejection state. Like what we do is like just we work on the process. Now like here, like what we'll do is like in this particular rejection stage, here like what we'll do is like we'll go apart, approval or rejection states. Just like we'll say wait. Now we'll go to stages and process. Now like we will really play here as well. What is the rejection stage configuration? Like rejection and state like this, like approval or stage like this much stages. Are this or like approval or rejection? We are saving, we'll see one comes. Now like, what we'll do is like we'll select some customers comprising the complaint. We are selecting the account, it is Denver. He's not an indoor customer. We are clicking on continue, and here we are entering something random, and then we are clicking on create and we are submitting. See now it went for approval or rejection stage, and we are asking like whether like what the customer need to design, whether he wanted to enroll or not. This time whether he select like he wanted to enroll means like then we'll go to the next screen and we'll do no means. Then like what we'll do is like his request will be rejected. If we see here like resolve rejected. If you want to enroll means like he can enroll and then he will assign to all sub esteem for them. These are not completely automated events which he has been done. Like automated approval or rejection. And then like we saw about attachment of TDL. Like in approval stage, if you see here below is that approach. I will show that approach to this one. In this approach stage, like we have like all the steps here. What steps we have here? First step is like one collect information, and here like we are using like what is the that two fields we have like radio button. Do you want to enroll or not? Like that one we have it here. And second is like if the customer is enrolled means here also automated. Only if he's enrolled means then we are going for collect enrollment information. If it's not in the means like we are going to change to different states, then like we are sending them to like cancellation states. Like in this flow, like what is this? Flow is like it is nothing. But in the case type, you are adding process, steps and all right, stages, process, step, same thing automatically. Like whenever you click on open process, it will be converted into this flow automatically. Like whatever you are adding in the case types. Like this flow shapes like in you can do two types of development. You can make an case type development or you can make the flow type development. Like in flow type development, like a start and the end, like it has been reflected by like a red, green color and red color normal square boxes. First stage is like green colors, last stage is red color, right? Same thing in flow. First stage will be at starting will be the green circle, yielding will be like red circle, and then like you have like separate other information, like you have like collect information stuff, right? Like collect information. Step will be the green color, this rectangular box which is called as I mentioned. Like whatever you are clicking on case type, selector information, same thing it is here it is like green color rectangular shape which is called as an assignment. Decision is nothing. But suppose if that particular decision, like a previous step, you are making some like yes or no kind of things. Means if yes is happened, what need to be done? No need to happen. What need to be done? If you want to kind of understand means, then you can use this term. I'm opening in Dev Studio. Dev Studio, you will see like more advanced options. If you see here in the prompt for enrollment, like when I click on this connector, it will be asking like what kind of fun flow action. It will be there. This flow action only like inside this, only we have that section. If I click open this particular connector from what I did is like that adjusted, this flow is there. From here I open the connector and then from here like I open the production. Inside this flow, action only like we have that. Do you want to enroll or not? Like yes or no button is good. No, that one we have it here. Actually in Dev Studio, we'll be developing in this way. Only like you will create one flow. Inside that flow, action you will define and then inside that like you will depend the section. Like if you see here, like it will show like yes, I want to enter. Nope, not this time. Like this and that it will show here. In this way, only like you need to design it in Dev Studio. Like what you need to create one flow and then you need to add one shape and then like you can click on this particular plus icon and then you can add this assignment green color rectangle which is like collecting information and like after doing that like you have connected and from this connector like it will aspect flow action as a mandatory. You can give the flow action name and whenever you click on it, it will go to this particular automatic figure will create this one. Inside this, like you need to mention the section name. In the section, only you need to design what kind of an UI you need. You need like radio button or like you need drop down. Whatever you need, you can configure me. If you see here, like when the customer, like after starting that approval or rejection step, like it will go for this power prompt for enrollment steps. Here, like what it will do, we will be getting, like what is the weather? We will display the screen like whether the customer want to enroll or not. He doesn't want to enter. Suppose he wanted to enroll means, then what is the next decision? Like here, if he enrolls means then there we need to show one result. If it doesn't want to enroll means we need to show another result. Like here, for that automated information, we automatically system need to determine. Like when the system selects yes, automatically he will go to getting information. If he is not, then we'll send him. If you see here, we can add when condition, yes, I want it to end. Whenever the enroll is yes, when our customer selects yes, this thing will be displayed right, like whenever customer selects yes, I wanted to enroll that time, this when condition will become true, and then it will go to this information. Here, like you have like all the activity methods such as like property set Java, like a activity call helps many things we have. These are all completely related to saving that events into database. If we go to records, like we have like all that bigger rows only under each category, we will have different rules under data model. You have like data page, data transform, like edit, validate, edit input property, these things. This is purely Dev Studio related, only because developers only will work on bigger rules. Like Dev Studio, like we'll see. Data transform, data page, we will see. Like we'll see edit, validate, we'll see like properties, we'll see decisioning, all these things, decision table we will see. If you see like the decision table, decision tree, these are also like bigger roles. Like example, this is our particular case type. Like what recently, like a study day before study, we saw about assistance request, case type. What does assistant request case type do? Assistant request case type will help you in order to find like what are the customer there. Suppose the customers are riding his vehicle in a highway, and if the vehicle is stopped due to some death, failure or some kind of an issues, immediately he will rise and compliant in our Pega developer. Like we will provide the service request to the particular people. If they are enrolled customer to our company. Now like what we'll do is like we'll open this particular assistance request. If you see here, the service will be the child case here. Like we need to link this service case type to here. Like basically what is mean by child case is like it is also in case type only. Under case type, like we have two case type. Here, what we need to do is like we need to take this as a parent case, and this one we need to configure as a child case. Why we are configuring this as a child case means like whenever customer logs into this particular assistance request application, and customer will rises and compliant, such as he will say like he is. Battery is been drained out. Like his car has been stopped in mid of some place. Like please provide service. Like that he will ask us. Like our agency, like this agency will check like he's an enrolled customer or not. If he's enrolled customer means, then we will assign some appropriate service provider team. After assigning service provider team, like we will be providing the resolution. Like after providing resolution, like we need to provide them, like what are the service charges happen, like what is that total cost. Everything we need to do it right. Those things, like we have it in another case type. Understood, right? In this case type, we have only customer will log in and system will validate whether he's enrolled or not. When he is enrolled, he will assign service provider, and after that we will resolve that. In between, we need before resolution, we need to send receipt to customer, right? We need some details. What are the services has been done and like? What is the quantity and what is the service cost of all the things? In order to do that, like we have those details in another case type called as a service case type. Like what we need to do is like we to use this service case type as some child to this parent case type. Once this child case type is completed, then only he can make a next action. My question is like, why would child is like if we put the services in a service case type? Like we can do that with the child parent as well. You can do that. But the child case, why we are making here, it is like this particular configuration, selected services. This kind of configuration, it will be not used only for assistant request. It can be used for some other case type in future also. You need to merge this case to type. Like now, only we have assistant request case type. Like we can use add one step and we can include service step, like as per whatever you are saying. But if you want to use again the same service case type in some other case type, you cannot do that. Because in order to make that kind of way, like we will create a separate where if there is a necessity, like in future also, you can reuse. If you think in that way, you can create separately and then you can use it as some child user. Then how to use services here, assistant request. That one I will show you know how we will. Now we don't have any kind of an service case type or any links to service case type here. Now when we run this case type, all what it will be doing, a customer will fill and then it will go validate and we'll provide service team. And then it will go to resolution. Before resolution stage, you need to call that service case type. Here you need to call the service case type that once the service provider has been assigned, that service case type will come into play and then it will provide what are the different kind of details, what are that service cost, happen everything, it will be filled. Then after completing that, only it will go. Till that particular case type completes, this case will be not completed. Because like a child is, that is why we are calling a child. Like a child will be parent will be dependent on this particular child every time. When without completing the child, it won't complete, parent won't complete. It won't leave the child and it will go. It will take care of child completely and then only it will go. I understand. Now what we will do slick, we will see how we can add new kind of fun things in the particular new kind of case type. Here what we will do is we will click on add new process. Just what I'm doing is just in this stage, only I need to add another process. That process will have service case type. In this add process, new process is there, just we will click on this new process. Here what we'll do is we can enter what is the new service process, example, why we are using this. We are using for creating and service case. I'm just entering the process named great service case. Now what I will do is I will delete this step. And I will add a new step. Here what we'll do, we'll click on more and we will select automations. Under that automations, we have an option. we have an automations which is called create case. Like just we will click on create case and then we will select. Here like what we will do is like we will make like create service case. And then like we'll delete this. Now like what we did is like we added a new process in the service stage. After service provider has been assigned, like that service will be taken care. Like after done, like we here, we need to call our like newly our service case type, whichever we created. Now like what we'll do is like we'll just click on this and then right hand side and right panel configuration will be open and it will be asking, see like what case it need to be created. Like we have only two case type. One is assistant request and another thing is like service. Now since we have two, one is displaying, now we have 10 case. That means it will display 10 things. You can make like whatever child you wanted to consider, then you can select the done and then you can make it. One thing is like why showing assistant request, it is a parent. Sorry. It is showing an assistant request. It is like a parent. Correct? Like it will show all the case type. Like just we have used like create a case only. Since we are using and create a case, it will show all the case types available. After this configuration only, we need to make sure like whether this will be a child or parent like that. We only need to define that one. We understood. Like since this utility is only for creating a case, it can be as of now. It doesn't know that the assistant request only we are using that one. It doesn't, system doesn't know. It display all the things. Based upon that, like we will select the right one and after that, like we will configure what kind of configuration we need. We can configure. For that, I am just selecting a service case type and if you see here like you can create multiple cases using a list of transform information. In your case these things are done, we have known it, just like you can delete it. One thing is like service assistant request and one is select. What is select? Select. This is like nothing but a drop down default folder like without doing, like if you are saving, it won't allow you. Like it's just an option, like where default option to select it. Understood? Like if there is a drop down means you need to intimate the customer, right? Like whether you need to select or not, like that in order to have the default values of that, like we have like this particular service option. That's why we create like parent child. If we want to use anywhere, that time it shows the option. Create no cell. We don't need to create any services if you have already that. See the same. Because assistant request you will use assistant request hasn't saved for another parent case also. We are displaying everything. We take like everything as a services. From the domain as parent option. We need to decide which is parent and which is server. Correct. Now we have added a new process and we have used the service case type as a link here in the access. Now like what it will do, like whenever this particular case type assistant request ran, like when it comes to this particular step, after assigning service provider, it will have all the service case details. Now, like what we need to do is like we need to have some kind of a service. This is a service case. Is there right? That particular case that we need to go and we need to make few configuration changes to show that that is a child case. Because see, like service case, if you are using means, you need not to separately. Customer cannot run this service case. They should not run this service case. Like only is associated with the assistant request. Like it need to be considered as whenever this assistant request ran in that part of this, only the service request need to be run. Service case type. Suppose like customer, like he need not to see like example, I know what it will be. Should do is like. Now create and case type is there. Now if I just click on preview, like when I click on create, I have an option to create two things. One is assistant request service. Whereas this service is there right when it will come. Once us assigned the service provider has been assigned and then they made and service only they will be need to show this one. Till that, like user need not to see the service case type at all. We need to see assistant request inside, assistant request only, assistant request inside, like only that. Only automatically service case type need to be moved up. Like because it is not an individual thing, because services alone it cannot be ran individually. Like what we'll do is like we'll make some configurations and things where we will remove this service from this create and then like we can see we can only use this assistant request for case creation. Now like what I'm going to do is like I'm just going to click on the service case type. First thing I will go to the settings. And I should not make this particular service case type to be shown to that. What is it to be shown to the particular customers? For that, like what I'm doing, like under general sections, like we have like availability. If you see here availability, like what I'm doing is like I'm just unchecking this particular showing new menu. What it will now show is like it won't show in that particular new menu. Whenever you click on create case, it won't show like this service case type. Like why we are doing is like no customer without knowledge, any customer should not click on directly that particular case. It is a child case which is associated with assistant request only. Now like we'll just save it. Now like what we'll do is like we'll just preview and we'll see. Still like it is showing this service case type it showing why? Because the service case type it like it has been not done, like it is not being proper, like we need to log off and then we need to log in. Log. Then now like what we'll do is like we'll see. Now if you see service has been removed, only assistant request is there. Now like only assistant request will be created and like under that only like a service case type will be run. That is obviously service case type will be like which doesn't have like individual capacity to run on its own. Like that, it will be consideration the particular child case. Now like we'll try to create an assistant request and we'll see how it works. One thing is like every time we need to check that availability like. Yes, same here. What availability? Like availability uncheck that we do right now. Not every time once. If you do, it will be saving only. Like after that, you need not to do everything. In normal, this is cloud instance. It will work in different way here. But in normal Pega, like in whichever you are using in application only one time. If you're making means, it will be impacted to all the people who are using. No one can see that service case type again in their creation. It will be running only as essentially. Just like here, what I will do is like I will create a dead battery something and then I will be on this case. I'm going to add one in this case. Just like will, it has been validated and it is in service stage and like it is approval. And like we have service provider. And now like it is in a new summary. Now like what we'll do is like we will know at one this case. If you see here, like just to be like once this and then we'll go there. Now if you see like automatically what it came, like S1 has been created. Our main parent case type is A1. In order to differentiate between parent and child, like you have like S1. Like here, like we have like to do like this particular S1. Whenever you click on this particular S1, like we will be having like all the details, like whatever we configure in the child case. If you see like we have like child case being created, just like we can click whatever we want. And then like we will just go there and then we will click on submit and automatically this case also will be completed. It has been completed. Here if you see under actions, like here you can see like two things. One is like S1 and A1. Like just like S1, if you click A1, if you click move, that will be the parent case. Here you will not see anything. This is parent case, right? Here you won't see anything. But various child case, when you click on S1, which A1 has came because the child is dependent on parent. Because of that one. Now, if you see it's completely completed, you don't have any other options. It has been completed as well. Completed. Like we have some attachment and you got like recipient, everything we got as per our configuration. Any doubts? This is like one of the way where you can differentiate that parent and child case relationship, and then you can make all those necessary changes. And next thing is duplicate case search. What is mean by duplicate case search is like, suppose like same customer will be logging in 2 to 3 times and he will be raising the same request again and again. Like again, what we need to do is like we know not to do, like again and again same kind of service. We need not to provide. We need not to assign some service team and all. For that, like what we can do is like we can ignore like other duplicates, like whatever he requests, and like we can check only one thing, like what is the unique hiding. Based upon that, like your future, like he cannot. Same customer raises for 10 cases. Also, he cannot do it. That is mean by duplicate search. Understood. You understood right like a scenario. What is mean by duplicate search? Repeatable. Can you say one more time? Actually, like there will be a customer who will be raising same complaint for the same car, same model and same issue. If you see here, the issue is like tire and the same Tata make, and where Tiago is in model and same customer. All the things are same, and he is creating like two types of request. Like here, if we need not to process two cases, why? Because we know like clearly one case is like duplicate, like without knowing or without his knowledge something he created two times. We need not assign separate team for two kind of cases. We need to assign only one type of customer, only one service provider. Like we need to decide like other as in duplicate. For that one, like we have an option in Pega where we can make that as an duplicate identification. That is mean by duplicate search case type. In this, our application in the Go road, like what we wanted to do is, like we wanted to ensure like only one assistant request case is processed for each request. Like this, that assistant request case type. Here, like what we wanted to do is like we wanted to make sure like only one case is being processed. Like the same customer, like same model, same make of the vehicle, same, everything same, mean then we need to determine that as a duplicate. That like we will make sure like if the same customer submits multiple requests for the same vehicle and like we will identify them as a duplicate, that it will be knowing like that is an duplicate request and we need not to perform all other steps. We need not to make sure like the service team is assigned. We need not to provide service case, everything we need not to provide. For that, like what I'm going to do is like in this first stage, only I'm going to add the duplicate step. Like if in the first stage, if we add means like here only we are having identify vehicle. Here we will determine like we will get the customer information and we will get that the vehicle model make everything and we will make sure like if all the things are same, like two, we are creating two cases, all the case details are same, then we will determine honest and duplicate. Like for that, like what we are doing is like we are going to click on add and then click on create, and here what we'll do is like we'll add like new process. Like if you see, like we got an option to add a new process here. Like what we are going to do is like we'll keep some title as like a resolve duplicate cases. In this create of tool, like what we are going to do is like we are going to click on add here. We are going to click on step, and we are going to have some automations. Automations, and then like here, like we have like such duplicate cases option. Just as like we'll select this one, and then just we will click on select. Now like what we'll do is like we'll delete this option. Like now, like what we did is like in the first stage only, like we have added another process, which is like duplicate cases. Why we have added like that means in first stage only, we need to identify whether it is like original request or duplicate request. And if it is duplicate means like we will not perform all these remaining 3 states. We will just terminate the case. Like we'll say, like that is duplicate case, like that will make it. This duplicate case you will be seeing in multiple scenarios. Suppose you made in some kind of a request and same kind of a request. If you are making again, means it will say like already this request exists. Like that you will be getting in some information, those kind of an identification, only it is duplicate search. One question is, like if it came to this point, such duplicate case, if it is duplicate, then how to terminate that case? Like is it that we need to add another stage and we need to make sure like whether it is duplicate, like that we need to determine. We need to another step, we need to add, and then we need to determine like this is duplicated, like we are closing this case, like that we will be having some message. We need to give them as a termination like last one process. Like directly, what it will do is like we will jump to last stage, which is like termination, like last final thing. Those things like I will show and do you. Now, like here, if you see, like we want this particular duplicate before this payment information, only, we will determine like whether that is like resolve duplicate cases, whether duplicate or original cases. Once it is original, then like we will go for payment step payment information, and then we will validate it and we will assign some service provider. If it is not a duplicate case, then if it is a duplicate case, then we will try to resolve it completely. Now, like what we will do, like we will make some kind of duplicate cases, logic, how we will determine the case is duplicate. We need to make sure like any kind of a particular conditions, we need to add like example, here vehicle is there and location is there and customer information, all the things are same. Then we will make that as a duplicate case. Like for that, like what we need to do, like here we have basic conditions and the weighted condition. Here we will add all the conditions like customer name, like vehicle location, vehicle name, everything, and like we will have some weighted conditions here. Example, like first I am adding the basic condition here. Basic condition is like it should every 100% if it is matches. Only then we will think this might be a duplicate case. Like that we will meet. The system will be thinking after that weighted condition, we have another option. Like that option, what it will do is like it will determine. Like if the basic conditions itself became true, like after that, like we will make some weight for each property based upon that. Like we will just make sure, like what is the particular thing, like that. I will explain in Notepad once and you will have better understanding. In theory, I will implement in Miss You. Like now, like identify like we have like customer 1. Like what he is doing is like customer 1 he is from. Hi, he is from like, let's take Gajiboli. And he is using Honda Amaze and he requested for tire replacement. The same customer is logging in and everything is giving the same details. Same details, everything is giving and everything. Here, like what we need to make sure. We need to make sure like some one condition is like basic condition. Like here, like we will make like location as in basic. Basic condition is like location. Basic condition as location and name. This two basic condition, it is becoming true. Second time, when the customer logs in, we will identify the customer name and we will identify the location. For the second customer also, if the location is Gajiboli and like it if is in customer name is Samjak means, then like it is all matching with the first customer name. We will make. System will think like basic condition has been satisfied. It might be duplicate. Like the system will be thinking when it thinks like that, immediately like what we need to do is like we will need to make some weighted condition because without only basic condition we cannot determine this duplicate because same customer will be having two different cars. One is Honda Amaze. Another one is like Kandai Vana he would be having. Like in that particular case, like totally different kind of request only, right? We need not to make sure like only with basic condition. We need not to make that particular scenario. In order to avoid that, like what we will do is like we will add weighted condition. Basic condition is like basically it is and we will system will think it is duplicate. And after comparing weighted condition, only it will determine like it is 100 duplicate or not. In this weighted condition, we will keep like for make of a car like 20 percentage, like 30 percentage. We will keep and model of the car will keep like 50 percentage. And then like we will keep other issues like issues as 20 percentage. Now like what will happen? Like first customer is logging in and is from same location Gekaboli and his name is same only customer 1. Now what it happened? Basic condition became true. Look location and name the customer. Second time the customer when is logging in, the name and the location is same only. Now system what it will think, it will be duplicate. It might be duplicate like the system will think but it is not duplicate as of now because he didn't fill that car and model name. Now like what he is doing is like he is filling the car name as like Honda and he is filling the city and he is doing like tire replacement. Same thing tire replacement is doing, but it is not. But now it is not duplicate. Like how? Now what it will match is like, now the weighted condition will come here. Now like a second customer, like what it is same, only like first customer. Now the score is 30. Because that is Honda right 30. But amazed first customer is amazed. Second customer is city. The for 50 will not be added. Same issue. 20 will be added. Like plus 20 will be added. Finally, like what will be? Your final value is like 50-50. Now like we will have one condition threshold. Condition threshold is like maximum condition, like in which if it is extend, only will determine it doesn't duplicate. Suppose we are keeping like threshold as like 40. Well, if we are keeping like there, shoulder 60, this is that minimum value. If that threshold is 16, if it is greater than 60, only then it will be considered as a duplicate. If it is lesser than 60, it won't be considered as a duplicate. Actually, one condition is like that. If we give weighted condition as well and we are giving per studies as well there, then I don't think. There is made of threshold because it is 100% match, then it is duplicate and not 100% match, and all just to threshold is minimum percentage which is limited. Remain it as a duplicate. 100% means total all the column. Only if it is false means it will be false, right? But it is identical copy of the one. Identical copy means 100%, it is the duplicate. But if there is some other things also means we need to make sure that only we threshold, we can keep it anywhere anytime. 100 also we can keep it. A 90 also, we can give it 60 also, we can keep it normally. No, now make is 30 and issues 20 because both the case I have the same issues. It is not greater than 60. It is lesser than 50 only. What we will do is where the threshold value is not been exceeded by the weighted condition, we will determine it is not unduplicate. Threshold is nothing but the weighted can adjust. And condition in which you need to make sure. If the condition X is more than this means, then it is duplicate. If it is not excitement, then it is not an identity, and for duplication, we need to give that great group. It is a basic and weighted condition. We need to view this to us and mandatory. Basic condition is initial 6. If initial 6 is true, then it will come to a 2 condition. Then we don't need to run the second loop. If it is not in first one, right? Example, location is something in Bangalore and name is some different people, means basic condition itself fails. Why we need to come for a weighted condition? Totally near is different. Obviously same car, same issue. If you use me, totally different location. It is not in duplicate. Mostly we use this kind of condition will save the time. Save the timeline. The faster will execute basic. If it is satisfies, only then it will go to weighted. There also wait, it will check all the things and it will. We have threshold value. If it exceeds the threshold value only, we will make it as a duplicate. This is the duplicate case, such concept. We will try to implement here. Now, what we are going to make is we are going to click on add basic condition. Here it is asking what is the main condition to make it as a duplicate. Here, what we'll do is we are here. We can add what kind of a property we want. We can add first what we'll do is we'll add some vehicle information, the vehicle information data less. Here what we can do is we can make, it doesn't make when potential duplicate make. Here, what we are doing is vehicle information make when it is same. Then what we'll do is there it need to be same. It need to be same with the conquers. What we are doing is we will add few other things also here, make model, layer, color, all the 4 things we'll have. We have model here, and then we'll add color. In this our condition, like our logic, we are adding like this, are these 4 things as like basic condition. If this 4 becomes same, then only like we will come for better condition. If it is all, if this is itself false means, then like we will not come to a better condition. Like make model your car example, first customer, like second customer types. And make model your color. All that these 4 things are same with the first customer, then like we will, it might be duplicates, is we will think and then we'll go for better condition. If this is stuff, anything is false means, then just like we'll ignore the better condition. Just time click on. Now, like what we did, like we added basic condition. Now like we will add like weighted condition. Weighted condition, like what we'll do is like we can add some default lightweight minimum threshold. This is like threshold weight. Like it is asking like what is the minimum weight in order to determine it is a duplicate or not. Just I'm having 50 and in this weighted logic we can make our condition. Here like what we'll do is like individual like I explained in the notepad. For make that the model for tissues to be like that. Is there no same thing? Like we'll give it indifferently. Here like what we'll use like we'll give 25 now like we'll identify the location which is city. Like a customer has been raised, we'll check that way. Definition in the service at this data relationship. We are going to select it as some city. Here like what we can do, like we can make the current case value. Here like what we can use like another value, another fee, and here like we can add the same thing. Actually here why we are doing this. Current case is like we need to select what the city, whatever the customer selected in that particular previous case, need to match it with the current case, city. For the in order to do that, like we will add like the field whatever we are using them. You got it right, got it. But a potential duplicate is equal to current case, same, potential duplicate whatever you put here. No, we need to select the same thing in current case, correct, same thing. Only we need to determine why because there's a potential duplicate city will taken from previous case, unlike current case. It will taken from your current case city. It both the things it will match. In order to do that, like current case property and previous case property, whatever you wanted to make, you need to add it here. Now, like what I will do is like we'll add like another same thing, like we'll add like some other things also, like we learn like city, state and street, the 3 things we'll add. Here we learn like another 25 service address state. We have added here. We need to add the same state here as well. Like I am clicking in another. Actually, whatever, selecting it's a lot. Option that already forwarded a bigger, this one, no, this one, like now, it has been provided by Pega, but in real time, we need to create data model for service address. We need to create like that. We need to get and we need to add it here. But it is already created right now. Now it is created. Now it is created. Normally we never application real time. We need to create a data model. Like we discussed in previous session, sites like we need to create. Those same thing. You need to do it. But actually it's like Pega systems that we are using. It is already created. Correct, correct. Since this is in Pega Systems Cloud, it is already created. Because one time we create it again and again, if same thing. If you are doing means time will be consuming more, right? Now like a 25, then we will do it as in street. Before the session, we can take a recap review of what we'll do and recap completely. This is very important topic you need to understand. Till you understand, I will explain you. Actually, I'm understanding, but that is like it will shows the what are the step we are done until show street. Just like we'll click on submit and then like what we will do is like now we'll click on save. If you see here like what we have, like we have just added one kind of an process. In this process, like we have added and duplicate cases from automation and they're like it has been asked two choices for us. One is like basic and another is like weighted. Basic condition like 1 minute will be used like all them like what are the properties fields you are here checking. If it is true, only then will system will think is like it might be duplicate like that everything. And then like we'll check that particular weighted conditions. Weighted conditions like we'll have like more than one condition and we'll make sure like we'll give some percentage weighted percentage. We'll keep some threshold value. If the threshold value exceeds, then this particular weighted conditions means, then we'll determine it as an duplicated. Now in basic conditions, we gave the make model here and color. If all these things are true, then it will come to a greater condition. In this weighted condition also, it will check for city, state. If city and state are only equal, but street is different means, then it will say like it is not like duplicate like that, it will skip that. If all the three things are same, only then it will determine, doesn't duplicate. Just like I will save and run the Alma Wonder, we'll see our execution. Now like what? I'm going to be slick. I am. This particular person is being locked out of the gas and inside and then actually we are not taking this thing in our duplicates. It's like I issue our customer information. We are taking location and vehicle only. Like here, like what I'm doing is like I'm typing some J Mitchell. I'm selecting here if you see. Now like what we'll do is like we'll check first is an area for duplicate. Now, like what I'm going to do is like I'm going to make some kind of an same name JP Street. Like a B street name is a B city is like Hydra, but everything in small only in doing. And then like a state, I'm giving like a piece. Now after doing this like make, I'm giving like on the Amaze colorless black model. Here is 2020. Now I am creating, but actually we are not put that condition as mandatory. Start point we are not put it. If you need, we can put that as well. Now like we went to payment information, like before this, only we created duplicate search. Since this is the first case we are creating, it is not a duplicate, just like I submitted it. Now one case has been created. Now, what I'm going to do is like I'm going to create another case with the same details. Here, I will keep this different. Here, I will keep a dead battery and I will click on continue. Like what we did there. A B at T said Robert a B. Now weighted condition has been matched here because these three things we gave us a weighted condition, cities, the estate, like it is now weighted condition. We gave us 50 but now it is 100. Now make we will give like tempting Honda Amaze Black 2020. Now like when we create this one. Now if you see here it came like this is in duplicate case. It has been matching. Current case was I didn't pair a duplicate of the following like with the year to case. It has been matching like it is duplicate, like that. What you want to do, like that it will be displaying like this, like what we can do is like we can. If you want to close this as a duplicate, we can do it. Like we can process and duplicate. Like with which case? Here two cases matching. Previous case created a state. Now we do means like it will be terminated as like duplicate, dissolve, duplicate. Like that it will be terminated. It won't be doing any other changes. That's it. It won't complete all these stages. It will be terminated. Like one thing is like we created is one case ID a 1, a 2 if we want to. That was the multiple data. How actually it will like we need to do manually. Multiple data means which one you're saying. Like if we have hundreds of records automatically, better we can take care. Just that basic a beta condition you give, like I will take you in lakhs of cases. Is there also like a first case you if you created and 1,000 the case you are creating? Like same ID. Then also it to determine like it is a duplicate with the first case like that. But actually we need to put the cover manually. Where you are saying no like only one time, we are not putting anything manually one time. If you're putting means it is for a complete case step every time, like lakhs of cases also, then also it will be doing understood. But here, developer, we are creating this system and they will do that more like putting it in all this thing. This is not over like this. See this result duplicate. I had one screen pop up, right? Those things user will not see automatically. Like we will make, like duplicate, only like will not. May ask the customer, this is duplicate or you want to continue like that and I'll be not, as that also can be asked to the customer. Suppose he might be forgetting some other things. Like normally, you might be seen in various application, right? Same thing, if you are entering again, means it will say like already this exists, like a please enter different one, like that it will be asking right in different applications. Same scenario only. Here like what we did is like we added and process after this particular stage, and in this process we have added one automation which is called duplicate circuses. And then like here, like it has, we got two kind of an important parameters, basic and weighted condition. Basic condition, we add like make model, model year, color. All are same. When all are same, then it need to check weighted condition. All are same and then it will be checking like city, street and state based upon that, like we have weighted condition. Suppose it might be all the same, like make, model, model year, color. All will be same and city, state also will be same. But street, if it is different, then it is not a duplicate. We should not block them. For that only, we have added 50. That like city is 25, state is 25 and like we have like street is also 25. In that way, like it will be determined. This is what like the particular duplicate case search means. Any, you understood that it is very important topic. Click on data model like and it does data model. Here we have like all the service providers, everything. Like in the similar way in our real time, we need to create all the data model. Actually, what kind of data model we need to create? Is it provided by like? Is it how we know that? What kind of data model we need to create? Is it mentioned in that project? Main project. That was project. They will mention. Product on a business unless will be there. They will say like create one data model and in the data model you have 5 fields. Past, state, cities. Everything you need to have it like that. They will say. Immediately you will create here. That's it. Yes, they don't know. Technically means they will say like they want like 5 fields. Service address. They want 5 fields like that. They will say like a city, state, zipper and they want service address. They don't know technically. They don't know what is meant by data model or they don't know what is meant by a case type. Nothing. They need not to know why because they are business people. What your LSA will do is like, he will say like for this scenario, we will create one data model. In the data model will give all these properties like that. He will say those things they will mention in the story. Then like you will need to develop all this. Because like business people, they don't know technically. They will say like simply I need one address in that address. I need state, cities to drop down everything. But in real time, like as and develop, people like LSA will come into and they will say like we will create data model and we'll do this and we'll actually like the teams. And finally, do not forget to like, share and subscribe to our channel.